Alrighty. Let me use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Shalom alaikum. Yeah, yeah, I'm a goy. I'm a club. You Israeli faggot. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. I remember. Yeah, you're Israeli faggot. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you're American. You're a fag. This is like we know. We all know that you're a faggot. You take dick up your ass. This is a fact.
You're Egyptian. You lost every war against Israel. What's good, bro? Can you hear me? Alrighty. Alright. What's good, bro? Salam alaikum.
I'm chilling, man. What you telling me?
What's good, bro?
Say that again.
Are you Muslim?
Say it again.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah.
I think I said that right.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Habib.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't blame you. It's a tough, hard words in it.
Yeah, it's
Letters, I guess.
Salam alaikum.
Are you Muslim?
No. Learning Islam right now, but not Muslim.
You're not Muslim. What are you?
Jewish. Yahud.
So what are you then?
Oh, Yahudi.
You're Jewish.
Yeah.
Where in America are you from?
The South.
They tell me you're from New Jersey.
Oh, no. Deep South.
They tell me you're from New Jersey.
No, Deep South. Near Mexico.
Deep South.
What's in Mexico?
You like one of them Jersey boys, man. You look like them Jersey boys, man.
No, bro. I've been to Jersey, but
You look like them Jersey boys, man.
I'm Southern, bro. I'm not Northeast. I don't fucking.
Nah, man, you look too goyish, man. You look too goyish, man. You look too goyish, man. You're not a Jew, man. You're too goyish.
Oh no, I am Jewish, but no, I know my dad's not Jewish, so I got a mixed look. But
Did you grow up learning the Torah?
yeah, I grew up learning the Torah. Yeah, I actually have the Quran right here.
Do you like so? Do you learn from the? Do you follow the Talmud as well? Do you follow the rabbis?
Yeah, I follow rabbis, but the Talmud, I don't really like read the Talmud. I haven't ever like personally read it, but I'm very familiar with it. Yeah. Like, you have any questions about the
So
Talmud?
how do you not listen? How do you not learn the Talmud if you grew up learning the Torah?
So the
How
Torah and
did you grow up learning the Torah but not the Talmud?
the Torah and the Talmud are like different things. So like, you have like the Torah, the Tanakh, right, and then you have the Mishnah, Gemara, and then the Talmud, right, and then Kabbalah. So you have like multiple different books, and you really start with the Torah, and then you work your way up to the Netavim, the Ketuvim, which is like the prophets and the writings, and then after that you kind of work your way into like the second layer of the Torah, which after you read it, right, after you read this, you move into this book, which is Bereshis, Genesis, and this is like 700 pages of just about Genesis.
Okay.
It breaks it down further, like with commentary and stuff. And then after that, you go to like a third layer of studying the Torah, and then you go to the fourth layer, which would be like the Kabbalistic, the spiritual layer. But like then again, like Talmud is really just about like halakhic law. So it's not really, it's like Sharia law kind of. So it's like a law book. So a lot of it's conversations, but only very few parts matter, if that makes sense. Only the rulings matter. So if that makes any sense.
But what if the rulings are going against God's teachings?
None of the rulings.
But how do you deal with it when the rulings in the Talmud go against it?
Well, none of the rulings in the Talmud go against God's teachings. I mean, that's the thing. So it's like if you had like a
None
specific...
of them. So they're all according. They're all according to God's teachings.
Yeah, they all follow the Torah. In fact, if it...
So the rabbis, wherever the rabbis have written, is in line with God's law. Everything.
No, not everything. A lot of it's rejected. I mean, rabbis criticize other rabbis in the Talmud. They like curse each other out. They criticize each other. They call each other stupid. I mean, it's not like it's a divine book. You know what I mean? It's a book of debate. It's like me and you's like, let's say you and I's conversation is being like, let's say like recorded down in history, like on a book, right? Like, and it's being transcribed, and everything that we say, every word. Is like getting written down, and then the conclusions, the rulings would be like the important part.
So how do the rulings are important with regards to, I think it's a very popular Jewish story, you probably know it, of when these rabbis, when God is, there's like these rabbis, one party was with God, the other party were having their own thought. The rabbi with God was correct, but then they all went alongside with the rabbi that was against God. And then God says, "My children have defeated me." Are you familiar with a story like this?
No.
Okay, fair enough. So what's interesting in Islam, man? What kind of Islam are you looking into? What are you learning into? What's your reason? What's going on?
Yeah, so really, I grew up learning Judaism, because that's the religion I was born in, and then I live in like a very Christian area, so I went to Catholic school for 5 years, and I learned Christianity, and then eventually I got to college, and I knew everything about every other faith. I knew about Buddhism, Mormonism, Christianity, Judaism. I got really into religion. I even learned Hare Krishna, Hinduism, but the only religion that like never like really looked into is Islam, mainly because there's just not a lot of Muslims in the Deep South. So I just Never. And also, when I learn
Makes sense.
religions, I like to talk to people of that religion. So I like to go to like the people who lead that
Makes sense.
faith. So like, if I'm gonna learn Christianity, I'm gonna go to the priests and the pastors. If I'm gonna learn Islam, I'm gonna go to the imams. If I'm gonna go, learn Buddhism or Hare Krishna, I'm gonna go to the monks. So it's just very hard to learn the Quran
Absolutely.
and Islam the way
It's,
how I
it's a wise,
prefer.
it's a wise decision.
What's up?
Yeah, it's a wise decision to do.
Thank
It's a wise decision to do.
Thank you.
Learn it from the source. Ask the source directly, roughly, directly.
Yeah. And then like sometimes when I'm on here, I have conversations with
So what's your thoughts on Islam?
my thoughts. I think it's like.
What did you say? Sorry, continue. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry, continue. You was making a point. Sorry.
Oh yeah, my thoughts on Islam. They're like mixed. I'd say.
Sorry, in case you think I'm interrupting all the time, it's a very laggy. So when I cut off, it's like you continue talking for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what it is. Is it bad, or like can we make do?
Sorry, you can keep going.
Okay.
It's not too bad. I think if I don't speak at the same time as you, it's quite smooth dialogue.
Okay, got you. All right. Yeah. So like, what I think of Islam, like right now, I've been just like taking notes of like basically like conversation that I have with Muslims, taking notes. I think it's interesting. I think the idea. It's like, okay, I'll say the good aspects and then I'll just like say the contentions. It's very similar to Judaism, right? Y'all believe in modesty. Y'all have halal. We have kosher. Y'all have modesty laws. We have modesty laws. We both believe in only one God, not like tritheism of like three gods or like Trinity. It's very similar, I would say. The only difference.
So the bad or the what you disagree with or something.
Yeah, so all I disagree with is basically the idea that the Tanakh, right, like especially the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible are corrupted. I've had some people try to make that claim, but I'm not satisfied with really any answers I've gotten. And then on top of that, I just don't believe that the Torah is corrupted. And then I also just think that the Islamic replacement theology is very similar to like Christianity's like replacement theology. Like they're the new covenant, they're the new Israel, right? They like superseded the others. I just don't believe in that because in the Torah, like Genesis 16, you have like the eternal covenant with like the Jews, with Abraham. So there's just a few like major theological contentions, but I mean, other than that, it's like I don't really have a good opinion of Islam, but not like a negative one.
Okay, that's very interesting. When it comes to the Torah being corrupt, we don't believe it was fully preserved, and it's hard to prove that it's preserved even from your own end, unless you think you believe you can. Tell me how it's preserved, who translated it, who was involved, who wrote it down, when was the first complete manuscript? Because we believe it was given to Moses. We believe the Torah was given to Moses, not to anybody else.
I agree. So you have
So what was given to Moses?
Two things were given to Moses: the like oral Torah and the written Torah, right? So the written Torah and the oral Torah are like two different things. So the oral Torah is what we call the Mishnah, and then the written Torah is the Torah, right? So the idea is that it's given by Moses. It's passed down orally, generations after generations, like the Quran. Right? It's memorized, it's given, spoken, and then the Babylonian exile happens, and during exile they write down the first manuscripts. And they translate it all because they can't practice in public, so they have their first like major writings of it. And then ever since the Babylonian era and afterwards, the Jews invented the system of preservation. So the Jewish preservation system is that whenever you write a Torah scroll, a scribe has to get every single word exactly like correct, and over time, even if like there's like an ink that smudges or anything, the Torah is completely scrapped and you have a whole new one, right? So the preservation system of the Jews of the Torah is one of the best preserved documents, right? Especially the way how the Jews did it. And then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are 300 years after the Babylonian exile, and they match exactly to what we have today. So I think there's a great credible argument.
So what was the first complete manuscript during the exile?
Yeah, so the first manuscript of the exile, let me see, I don't have it on the top of my head. The earliest manuscript I know is the Dead Sea Scrolls, but let me see if I can.
I'm gonna use ChatGPT.
Yeah, a Babylonian Torah.
Tanakh. It was a Tanakh. It was Codex Leningradinus, 1008 to 1010 CE.
Yeah, but the Dead Sea Scrolls are around 200 BCE.
This is the oldest complete manuscript. Miss asks, who wrote it down?
Yeah, I'd say the oldest. There's like lost manuscripts and like partial manuscripts, but I'd say like the oldest, most intact manuscript is probably the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are around 300 years after the Babylonian exile. But again, I don't really think the age of the manuscript matters that much, and the reason why is because it's not like it's a newer text, right? Like the Quran is 1400 years, right? Meanwhile, this is a 3,000 plus year old text. I think it's 3,500 years old. So the burden of proof would definitely be very different. Oh. Salam alaikum. What's good? The kafia? What's good?
Not much. What about you?
Can you hear me well or no?
I think so.
Okay. I was just making sure because somebody said they had like issue hearing me. Are you like debating like Christianity?
I think you're okay. I can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
I don't love to debate, I have to say, but I do like to talk about faith.
Oh, that's fair. What are you? Christian?
I am Christian. Do you believe in anything?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. What denomination?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. What denomination? Like, are you
What is
Eastern?
it?
Are you like Eastern Orthodoxy, Catholic, Protestant?
I'm Catholic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know a lot about Catholicism. I did 5 years of Catholic school.
Ah, as a Jewish person?
Yeah, deep south, you know?
What?
I grew up in the deep south, so only. What's good? Salam alaikum. Okay. Awkward. You good, bro? Alrighty, never mind. What's good?
The thing. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Bernard.
Can you hear me? Oh shit, I'm frozen. When I stream, it's like especially bad. Alright, what's good? You there? What's up?
Oh, which had a very chips.
Alrighty. What's good, yo? Alrighty. Searching for... Hi, chat. What's good, bro? You like Israel?
Alright.
What's good, man? You there? Hello.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, what's good, bro?
What's up, Daddy?
Nothing much.
What's
You?
up?
Bro,
What you doing, Daddy? I mean, what you doing?
I'm just debating, like, religion.
If you should suck my dick or not, what?
Oh, sorry. I'm just, like, I'm debating, like, religion, politics, like, whatever. Yeah?
You know, fuck Trump.
No, I like Trump.
Fuck ICE.
No, I like ICE.
You should go kill yourself then.
Why?
So you support people that kill innocent people?
No. Then, again,
You support corruption?
no, I don't. In fact, that's why I like ICE.
Do you
'cause ICE is
support
going after the
Epstein files?
ICE is going after the Somali fraud in Minnesota.
Hey, your president's on the Epstein files, buddy.
Again,
Your president's on the Epstein
again,
files.
dozens of people are on the Epstein files. Doesn't mean that they're.
You understand
necessarily
why the files
a
aren't getting
pedophile.
leaked? He's throwing the files in the fucking ocean. Those don't exist no more.
Again, this is just like hearsay. You don't actually have any like proof or evidence of this. So it doesn't.
Again, your president's still on the Epstein files.
Again, there's multiple people on the Epstein files. Just because
Again,
you're on
I
the
hope you
files
know
doesn't mean
that
you're a
ICU
pedophile.
nurse that got shot by an ICE agent for using his Second Amendment right.
Yeah,
Something
you're talking
that
about
you
Alex
should
Breddy.
obviously
You're talking
like
about Alex
your
Breddy.
amendments, right? Your
Yeah.
rights.
Alex
We all
Breddy.
listen. No, let me talk.
Yeah, sure.
Look, I'll let you talk after this. I'll let you talk after this.
Go ahead.
We have our rights that everybody likes. You like your rights, right?
Hmm?
Your Second Amendment. That's what that ICU nurse was. He had an open carry gun. The ICE agent saw it, so they killed him. A white, innocent person that was using his rights that ICE killed. That's blatantly murder. Now you can speak.
All right, gotcha. So we're talking about Alex Pretty. That's the name of the guy you're talking about. This is a really interesting case because I believe that there was an excessive amount of force. I don't think that is a reason to basically unilaterally condemn ICE. So, for example, if we look at the actual videos of Alex Pretty, he's basically reaching for his gun at a protest, which you're allowed to bear arms 100%, and I agree with the Second Amendment. But when you're bearing arms at a federal officer, the federal officers within jurisdiction to basically take the. He just doesn't want to let me speak. I started owning him, and he's just like, I gotta run. Let me run because you're right. I let this man speak, and then he just didn't get the courtesy in return. What's good? You there?
Hi.
What's good?
So you like Trump?
Yeah, I like Trump, yeah.
None. Nothing?
You don't like Trump?
Why?
You like Trump?
No.
Oh. So
No.
You're asking me, like, why do I like Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for, like, a multitude of reasons. Specifically, his foreign policy is really good. His foreign policy is probably one of the best we've seen probably since Ronald Reagan in about the past 40 years. When it comes to, like, Iran.
Yo, if you think Ronald
Venezuela.
Reagan is a good president, then you're tripping.
Jimmy Carter was probably the worst president of the 20th century, but again, I don't think Ronald Reagan was like a perfect president. I think he had a good first term. I think his second term, he messed up with like California, and that's like the reason why California votes blue today is because of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a Republican that actually turned California Democrat. So, yeah, I mean, that is a criticism that I have of like.
I mean, Obama turned Florida blue, so.
Yeah, it's true, but Florida was already a swing state by then. So, I mean, California was like a pretty conservative state, like solid conservative state before, until after Reagan. After Reagan, it completely became blue, indefinitely, right? When Obama won Florida, it was already a swing state.
Right, so do you like Trump's character and who he is as a person?
I think it's irrelevant to what I think about his character, to be honest. I didn't vote for a character. I voted for policies.
Right, so my argument is, how can a terrible person run a good country if they can't even, like, run their lives well?
Okay, that's actually a good question. So, for example, we have Jimmy Carter, who's arguably the worst president of the 20th century. Oh. What's good? Yeah. What's good? What's good, bro? You there? You there, bro?
You're the man, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. How are you
I'm
doing?
not here, bro.
What's good? Are you
What's up, bro?
you pro-Israel?
No.
Oh, you're not? You just have the tag on?
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, I got you. You like Trump?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm pro-Israel.
No. No, I'm anti both those things.
Really? Okay, so you're anti-Trump and anti-Israel, right?
Yeah.
Which one do you want to talk about? I'll let you pick.
Shit, let's talk about Israel, bro.
Israel? Yeah, alright, that works.
Yeah.
Just tell me your overall position, and then I'll just let you reply, and then I'll just respond.
Okay. I think it's I think the United States should stop all relations with Israel. They should be punished for their war crimes, and yeah, I would say that's about it.
What war crimes?
Genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid. I mean,
Alright, perfect. Wait, let's stop right there. Okay, so I'll respond. So, apartheid, the definition of apartheid, Israel does not meet. So, when we talk about the borders of Israel proper, and its borders, within its borders, all Arab citizens, Druze, Arabs, Christians, Jews, Mizrahim, Sephardim, Ashkenazim, all of them have equal rights and opportunities. In fact, an Arab on the Jewish state, an Arab is on the Supreme Court, and he sentenced a former prime minister, a Jewish prime minister, for corruption, right? So all Arabs, I've been to Israel, it's not an apartheid state. I would actually argue that more Muslims have more rights and privileges inside of the land of Israel than Jews do, because they don't have to serve in the army. They're not forced or required to. They also have access to Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Temple Mount, when a lot of Jews don't have access to.
Why wouldn't they?
It's actually.
Why wouldn't they?
It's actually Jewish. The Temple Mount is a Jewish holy site. It's actually the holiest site in Judaism, and it predates Islam and Christianity. So why wouldn't the Jews, whose holy site it originally belongs to, not be able to have access to it?
Okay. So what about the West Bank and in Gaza?
Okay, well, those are good questions. So right, so would you concede the point first that Israel proper is not an apartheid?
If it'll get us to talk about the other shit, sure.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. So when we go to the West Bank is interesting. So I don't view the West Bank as apartheid, because the reason why is that in the year 2000, Bill Clinton, with the Oslo Agreement, the Oslo Accords, you basically have this peace treaty with Yasser Arafat. And the idea was that over time you would have Area A, B, and C, and then progressionally you would have the Palestinian state. This was the 5th proposed Palestinian state deal. And then what happens is that instead of the Palestinians going through with their agreement, they basically start the second intifada in 2001, violating the Oslo Accords, right? And when they violate the Oslo Accords, the agreement's null and void. So right now you have this status quo of like post-Oslo Accords, which is what you see today. That's why it's like really murky with like the rulings on it, because the status quo, because the Palestinians violated some parts of Oslo Accords and other parts they didn't. So basically, it's kind of like a clusterfuck right there. And other than that, I mean, what more like about the West Bank? Because originally it was never Palestine, because it was part of Jordan, which Jordan illegally occupied it between 1946 and yeah. What's good, bro? What's good? You like Trump, bro? I already know you like Trump. Had him before, he's a little weird. Yeah.
But that cuticle look nice.
What's
Yeah,
good,
the cuticle was good.
Can y'all hear me?
I feel like I remember you.
I remember you too.
Chat, is this real chat?
Chat, it is real.
I
Let's go. Sorry, my mic's better now. It's
Yeah, I think did you skip?
no, I didn't skip. I cut out. Like I lagged out.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I just had lag.
No, I mean you skipped. You hate natives and everything, so it's okay. No, it's good. It's true.
No, wait, you like Trump or you don't like Trump? I just saw your tag.
No.
So you don't like him or you like him?
No, I
So-
don't.
Okay, that was like the most.
I love him. No, I don't. No,
Okay. No, I was just curious. What do you not like about him?
I don't like him because he's Jewish.
What do you mean Trump's
I don't like that
Jewish?
he's Jewish.
What do you mean? Trump ain't Jewish. I am.
No. Well, see, that was a joke. Okay, wait, no. No. So there was this other person on here, and he was like, there was this other person on here, and he was talking about, no, see, you don't like Trump because he's racist. I don't like Trump because he's Jewish. And he started going on about he hates Trump because he's a Jew, and that he hates Jews so much. He just kept going on and on and on and on.
My finger won't stop bleeding.
Oh my god, that's fucking funny as fuck.
Just hold it on there. And
So
don't
wait,
let
do you
go.
not like Trump because he's a Jew, or like
okay.
what's your real
That'll be
reason?
good.
What's your real reason?
I don't like Trump because
I don't like the pedophile, the Epstein files, that whole thing.
Oh.
Not a fan. Was never really a fan.
Yeah, I think.
Was never really a fan to be.
See, yeah, I think everybody who's in the Epstein files, who's like actually like a part of the island and like the Diddy crew, like should be like castrated and like be under the jail. But then again, we can't just like arbitrarily say every single name in the Epstein files is a pedophile,
Bro.
right? What is that?
She cut her finger, and that's
Holy
paper towel.
shit! It's from a fucking horror movie. Fucking white dude with a keffiyeh. It's not even Palestinian, it's Iraqi, but let's just let retards be retards. What's good? You looked like you had a rough day.
I did.
What happens?
It was awful. I did not like it.
What happened?
I got up this morning and went to get picked up by my
Oh no.
0 out of 10. Don't recommend. Don't run over your friend's car. Don't run over your foot with a car.
you
It's
cut
not
out.
fun.
Wait, you cut
And
out.
then I took the ACTs.
Wait, I heard that like you did something with your friend's car, and then like before that, like you cut out. I'm sorry, I don't want to make you retell it. You don't want to relive it. I feel it. I feel the energy in the air. What's good?
Hello.
Do you like Israel?
No.
Really? What do you not like about Israel?
The fact that they killed 20,000 children in Gaza.
Okay, well, that's the first claim. Right. Okay.
It's not a claim; it's a fact.
It's not a fact. So by the Gaza.
Well, no, there's many other reasons, but
But wait, it's not a fact, right?
sorry, go ahead.
By the Gaza Health Ministry, right? By Hamas themselves, they said 70,000 died. Then Hamas issues a widow relief package, which means any Hamas fighter, right, any person who's a Hamas fighter, they're a widow, they basically get like severance pay, right? So they get like a widow relief pay. 50,000 people applied and got accepted to it, which means that immediately 50,000 out of the 70,000 are Hamas terrorists or soldiers or warriors, whatever you want to call them. That means the remaining 20,000 are civilians, right? Now, Gaza has 9,000 civilian deaths per year, right? Just through natural causes. So that's 18,000 in 2 years. So when we're actually looking at real civilian deaths, we're looking at a very minimal amount. So
So you think the numbers that came out of the health ministry in Gaza are fabricated? So
I
why
didn't say
don't
they
we
were
allow
fabricated.
journalists?
I didn't say they were fabricated at all. Actually,
Oh, so you don't? But so do you? So Hamas has published the names of thousands of children in a
no.
PDF that's
So,
accessible to everyone.
so the Gaza Health Ministry
Wait,
actually.
can I finish?
Oh
Or
yeah, I'm sorry.
well, they did. So you can't just say no. They did. I can send you the
Sure.
PDF that's accessible to everyone with
Yeah.
all the names and ages of every child that was killed.
Yeah.
Would you like me to send that to you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. But again,
Let me see if I can. I'll look it up on my
The
phone.
Gaza Health Ministry doesn't distinguish between children, women, men, or fighters. Gaza Health Ministry doesn't distinguish between any of them. All right, and I could look this up.
But that doesn't make any sense. The document that I have
Yes, that's 'cause
has
it's-
the ages
Sure,
with the
but
names.
again, anybody can make a list of names and ages, right? We're talking about the international, like the Gaza, like Hamas themselves, right? Gaza Health Ministry, right? Gaza Health Ministry. Do they distinguish fighters from civilians, right? No, the Gaza Health Ministry does not distinguish between fighters and civilians in its reporting of death tolls. The ministry, which is managed by Hamas, records all deaths, including those of combatants, civilians, women, and children, and individuals killed by errant Palestinian rocket fire as victims of Israeli aggression. So again,
I'm not trying. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna argue with. I'm not gonna argue with AI overview, but to refute your argument, I know, but I'm just finishing my sentence. So, The Guardian had published 18,000 names of the children that were killed. The Guardian is a British source. So if you scroll down, it has all the names, photos, and ages of every child. And if you go towards the bottom, it should say right here, showing 50 or 100 out of 18,000 deaths. You click show more and it would show you more. So they published every single name and every age of the child that was killed, and there's nearly 20,000 that are on this website from The Guardian, which is a reliable source. So they got this information from the health ministry. So you just said, oh, you showed me AI overview, that you just said Hamas doesn't distinguish between children and adults, although that turned out to be false based on the actual source I gave you instead of looking at AI overview from Wikipedia. My next question, my next question for you is, let's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can give the question to me. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So you're saying that the numbers coming out of Gaza are fabricated. You said that. Well, you said that because you're saying they don't distinguish between children and adults. That means there's fabrication. So you're saying that they're not reliable. So you do believe 70,000 people were killed.
Wait. Can I clarify on this?
Why? It's a yes or no. Do you believe 70,000 people were killed based on the health ministry? I just showed you the health ministry from The Guardian.
So I think that 70,000 people approximately were killed. There might be less. There might be a slight bit more. We don't really know.
Okay, do you think 20,000 children were killed? Because that was my initial claim.
No, 20,000 children were not.
No, so after I showed you The Guardian, I don't know if you saw me, but the Guardian had showing 150 out of 18,000 child fatalities. So after I showed you this, how are you gonna refute this?
Let's go to the Gaza Health Ministry. Let's go to the website. Even their website claims they don't distinguish.
What? Can you paste the website inside the chat? I don't know what you're looking at.
I do on my phone. My screen will basically just like my computer's like dog shit.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. So like, if I try to do it on my computer, it'll just crash. So
What's the title of the article?
yeah, let me look up the Gaza Health Ministry. Look up the Ministry of Health. Let's try. Let's see this article.
Ministry.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the actual Gaza Health Ministry. Well, Gaza Health Ministry report. Gaza hostilities. Let's see, World Health Organization. Yeah, so this is the World Health Organization. It says Gaza hostilities.
Okay, that's not Gaza Health Ministry.
Yeah, I was having difficulty finding the report on the top of my Google, but it says
World Health Organization. This is the UN, correct?
Yes, this is the UN. This is very pro-Palestinian. It already says occupied Palestinian territory, so it's immediately off the rip. Pro-Palestinian.
Okay, so that's referencing the West Bank.
It is, right? So, again, I don't think that the West Bank is occupied because you have to occupy a country. Palestine.
The source you're giving me says it's occupied.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. I'm saying that I'm using a pro-Palestinian source. So I'm just saying, let's get the bias.
The UN is not a pro-Palestinian source.
Yes, it is.
How is the UN a pro-Palestinian source?
Israel's
a part of the UN.
No, the UN,
what?
The UN has been notoriously anti-Israel for decades. In 1975, 20 years after Hitler
why is
slaughtered
Israel
6
part of
million
the
Jews,
UN?
Because they're what do you mean?
Why is Israel a part of the UN?
That's asking why the United States is a part of NATO when we get fucked over and we have to pay for a bunch of other countries defense, right? I mean, every country's in shitty international organizations that nobody wants to be a part of and that have no actual capacity.
They could leave anytime. I don't know. They can leave anytime they want. World Health.
Again, the reason why nobody actually withdraws from
World
the
Health Organization.
Wait, the reason why nobody withdraws from the United Nations, whether the United Nations is against them or for them, is because they don't want to leave the diplomatic area, right? That's the diplomatic arena. So again, for example, Israel, right, has tons of claims against them and the UN, right? The United States has tons of claims against them and the UN. You know what nations don't have any claims against them? Iran, Afghanistan, right? Qatar, right? So China, right? Which are massacring the Muslims, the Uyghur Muslims in Tibet, right? So the UN is a joke, right? But even then, let's just use the UN source. That's pro-Palestinian.
Okay. So I'm looking at the demographics and deaths in Gaza from the UN from September 2025. And it says right here. Are you looking at it as well, or?
I'm trying to... Where are you on? Can you show me your screen?
It says right here 63,000 fatalities in Gaza. This is September 2025, so it's much lower than the number I initially gave because it's older.
I understand. That's
so let me show you. I mean, that's what AI overview says.
Exactly, but you just criticized me for using AI over you earlier, so... I mean, I don't blame you for using AI over
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go look through it.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is your source. You should be presenting the source for yourself.
Well, again, we're doing it right
What?
now.
This is your source.
I'm trying to find the actual Gaza Health Ministry report.
This is the source you.
Again, I understand that, but again, I'm trying to find the Gaza Health Ministry report, and if you could help me find that, because that's what I really want to talk about, but I can't find the report right now.
I did. I showed you the Guardian.
The Guardian.
I showed you
isn't
the
Gaza
Guardian. That
Health
was my
Ministry.
source. They
Yeah, but that's not the Gaza Health Ministry.
It is because so when you look at the article, it would tell you where they got the information from. So they didn't get this information, from ChatGPT. They obviously got their information from a source, and the source is the Gaza Health Ministry, because it says right here, this page was compiled July 2025 by the published Gaza's Ministry of Health. Right here, this is what it says at the bottom description of the article.
Again,
the reason why you can't find the full report by the Gaza Health Ministry, it's because it's either censored in your country, because this is a terrorist organization that you're not allowed to go onto their websites. So this is why the Guardian had posted it, and they referenced that they got their information from the Gaza Health Ministry.
Okay.
So do you understand where this?
Yeah, I actually follow that train of thought. I think that's pretty fair. What country are you from? You're in the United States? Okay. Yeah, so I'm following you. I'm on the Guardian. You weren't able to see that. Yeah, this is the Guardian.
Yeah, so now we have to go back to my initial claim, because I told you Israel killed 20,000 children. I don't know how you're refuting that.
Again, so I'll explain. So,
are you saying Hamas is not reliable?
Yes, I'm saying Hamas is 100% not reliable. Hamas is a terrorist organization. So again, I think that.
So why don't we allow journalists into Gaza?
This is like a really redundant question, because, for example, why don't we allow journalists inside of Ukraine?
We do. There's journalists in Ukraine right now.
We do allow journalists inside of Gaza. In fact, there's videos of actually people thanking Trump.
No, you don't.
Trump.
There's no independent journalist allowed to move freely within Gaza's territory.
That's just not true.
You're telling me that there are journalists in Gaza walking freely?
Well, here's the thing. There's no journalists in Gaza or Ukraine or Iran or in any war in the world walking freely. That's absurd. They have military protection by one group.
Yes, there is.
So, like, for example, Ukraine, when they
that's a lie.
No.
You're lying. Why are you lying?
No, I'm not. When Ukraine has journalists, do they not have protection? They do, right? 100%. Also,
no, they don't.
Journalists
there are
allowed
CNN reporters in the middle of Kyiv.
Yeah, sure. They're CNN reporters, but they're still with Ukrainian soldiers, and they're only allowed in certain areas, right? Because why would you be allowed in certain areas of the war? That's
Do you know how I know you're lying? Do you know how I know you're lying? I know you're lying because CNN reporters came out and demanded the Israeli government. Recently, they made a video of a bunch of reporters from every organization. They all came out on video saying, we want to go into Gaza moving freely on our own without the supervision of the IDF. These are reporters from here. I can just show you the video. These are like Jeremy Diamond. He's a reporter from CNN. He's a journalist. Other reporters from these organizations say they were requesting from the IDF to move freely into Gaza because there's a ceasefire. There's no tense fighting right now in Gaza, so it's a good time to allow journalists in.
Yes, journalists in Ukraine, both local
I'm not
and
arguing
international,
they are.
frequently work with Ukrainian soldiers. Here, we'll go with the source. IREX. Again, let's see. New Ukrainian Army reporters access to front lines. All right, perfect. This is cpj.org. Ready?
Look.
Paris, March 2020.
Let us
Ukrainian authorities of wartime reporting do not work with local press groups to revise recent rules enacted by military authorities. The Committee to Protect Journalists said Thursday on March 19th the Ukrainian Army's Operational Command East, one of our 4 regional commands, published new rules for journalists covering military actions in jurisdiction. This is a very common thing of militaries in journalism. During war, there's never free movement of journalists inside of a war zone. That's absurd. It's not in Ukraine, not in Gaza, not anywhere in the world do you have free movement without soldiers and protection of journalists. Also, if Israel were to have independent journalists without IDF protection, they were to get killed in Gaza, then people are just going to blame Israel for the journalists dying in Gaza, right? So it doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's a ceasefire. Why do you ignore the fact that I said there's a ceasefire? There's no high tensions right now. The killing of a journalist is very unlikely, and the fact that they even say that they're worried about journalists getting hurt is very ironic because they literally killed 300 Palestinian journalists. So when I look at AI overview, it says accredited journalists in Ukraine generally have freedom of movement.
Did you know that Palestinian journalists working for Al Jazeera hosted Hamas, had the hostages? They had hostages.
What are you saying?
Al Jazeera members.
You're telling me. Did you just say you said Al Jazeera reporters are holding hostages in Gaza?
They did. Yes, that is a fact. They did hold hostages in Gaza.
No, they did not. What is your what is your source on that? What, the Israeli military told you that?
Hostages in Gaza. Let's see.
This is the freedom of press in Ukraine. According to the Constitution of Ukraine in 1991, it provides freedom of speech, which allows journalists to move freely in Gaza, Ukraine.
Gaza journalist who wrote for Al Jazeera was holding 3 hostages in his home with family, Israel says.
The New York Post is not reliable. And even if you look at the New York Post, their source is the Israeli military. The source of the article you're reading is from the Israeli military. It literally says according to the idea. In the article you're reading, it says according to the IDF.
Again, we're never gonna have a congruency because I'm gonna say your
Without me looking at the article, it says according to the IDF.
Again,
without me even let me look it up. New York Post.
No. Let me make my point.
Journalists.
Let me make my point.
Gaza.
We're never
Al
gonna have
Jazeera.
congruency, and the reason why is because I'm gonna say all your sources are gonna be terrorists, and you're gonna say all of my sources are from the IDF. So we'd have to have third-party sources if we want to actually move forward in this conversation, because I'm not going to trust any Hamas sources, and you're not going to trust any Israeli-based sources. So that means that there's no reliable sources to use. And the death toll, nobody really knows the actual death toll. We have an estimate, but we don't actually have.
I know, but I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why doesn't Israel allow journalists to go into Gaza? So that way we don't have to believe Hamas nor the IDF. We can believe the journalists who are on the ground. You're saying, we're not allowing them to go into a war zone. That doesn't make any sense because there's a current ceasefire. And then you said there's also no reporters in Ukraine. That doesn't even make sense because the international journalists, Western journalists, are demanding to go into Gaza. They're literally demanding to go into Gaza. The journalists are saying we're allowed to go into Ukraine. Why aren't we allowed to go into Gaza? I was trying to show you the video, but you didn't want to watch it. It's from Jeremy Diamond, who's a CNN journalist, and other people from other BBC and I don't know.
Let us in.
Let us in.
Let us in.
We should all fight for our right.
Independent press. So join us. Join us.
We've been locked out, banned,
denied, restricted.
in calling on the United States
and leaders around the world to demand Israel let journalists into Gaza.
Our Palestinian colleagues in Gaza have been reporting for more than 2 years under impossible conditions, but they shouldn't have to bear that burden alone.
The government responded with excuses.
Of course, there are insane conditions. That just doesn't make any sense. Israel and Gaza war, the Israeli-Hamas war, is the most urban warfare in modern history of the 20th.
But there's a ceasefire. There's no war. You can't call it a war when there's a ceasefire.
Again, Hamas, even after the ceasefire, they killed their own people who protested during the March protests. And
so there's no more ceasefire. You just said after the ceasefire. That means there's no longer a ceasefire. Is that correct?
After the ceasefire, Hamas killed Palestinians. I'm not saying that the ceasefire.
Okay, that means after the ceasefire. That means there's no more ceasefire.
That doesn't mean that there's no more ceasefire. That doesn't mean that the ceasefire
Well,
is
that's
broken.
in the English language. When
No,
you say
it's not.
after something, that means the thing before
No,
that
it's
didn't
not. I
exist
said
anymore.
After the ceasefire ended, right? After the ceasefire was in place, my bad. After the ceasefire was enacted, to use terminology, after the ceasefire was enacted.
What?
Right. So when the ceasefire goes up, after the ceasefire went up, immediately after the ceasefire happens, Palestinians, right, were killed by Hamas members, right? Any Palestinian groups that protested.
It doesn't even matter. You're still now that you just like added to your sentence. You're still implying that there's no more ceasefire because there's still little tensions that you just made up.
No, I'm applying that there's ceasefire.
You're implying that there's no ceasefire. Do you know what ceasefire means? It's the ceasing of fire. That means there's no shooting on both sides.
No. I agree. Ceasefire between two sides, Israel and Hamas. I'm talking about firing between Hamas and against their own civilians, Palestinians. This is not a ceasefire between Hamas and Palestinians.
What does that have to do with anything?
The reason why I'm
saying
this
hell?
is because
what does that have to do with anything?
The reason why it has to do with something is what the point that I'm trying to get across is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. You can't trust terrorists. So the issue is that when you have journalists
exactly. So I've been telling you since the beginning. Why don't we allow journalists? Why don't we allow journalists to move freely, just like how they move freely in Ukraine, or just like how they move freely in any other war zone?
Because journalists have to apply. Because journalists have to comply to Hamas censorship. This has been proven. You want an article of journalists complying with Hamas censorship? It's common. The journalists have been blackmailed by freaking Hamas for over a decade. They've been censored.
Does this have to do with what?
This is about journalism.
What are you
journalism
saying?
is inaccurate. Even if we had journalists in there, their information is still not going to be correct because they're complying with Hamas censorship.
They're complying with an organization
Hamas.
that had underwent a 2-year war. It's not even it's a militia that literally Donald Trump said that was dismantled. Even Hamas said that their whole government is 90% of its government is destroyed. So how are you going to convince me that they're going to enforce censorship when they can't even enforce basic?
If you said 90% of Hamas is destroyed, then that means that 90% of the casualties are Hamas. By your own logic.
No, 90% of the leadership.
Oh, 90% of the leaders? Okay.
What?
You said 90% of
90%.
Hamas,
the casualties are not mixed in with militants. The militants aren't even in the casualty numbers.
Yes, the militants are in the casualty numbers. The fact the Gaza Health Ministry doesn't distinguish between... Again, they don't distinguish between militants versus combatants.
So this is how I know you're lying again. This is how I know you're lying again because the Israeli government disagrees with you.
No,
their own report says 93% of the deaths in Gaza are civilians.
No, the Israeli government...
The Israeli government says 93% of the deaths in Gaza are civilians.
No, they did not. The Israeli government said 71,000 people died, right, in the death toll, but they never... distinguished.
Oh, so they acknowledged 71,000 people died.
Yes,
so you just said the Israeli government acknowledged 71,000 people died. 972 magazine and the Guardian. These two important sources.
Israel and Hamas.
These two important sources. The first one,
71,000 deaths. The issue
first
where
one
they
is
disagree
an
is between how many
Israeli
children
source.
and women are.
The second one is a British source.
Again. Both Israel and Hamas agree about 71,000.
It doesn't matter. It says 83. It doesn't. Again, at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we can both agree.
You could throw any number. You could say 50,000 are kids. You could say 20,000 are women. You could say there was no men that died because there's no counting of who's a man, who's women, who's children. And again, not on the Israeli side nor the Palestinian side. No, there isn't. Just because you get a poll and
but you won't let me show you the source. So you just agreed. You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me that 71,000 Palestinians were killed in the Gaza Strip from the 2-year campaigns. So 972 magazine, which is an Israeli source, and the Guardian both say that the Israeli military's own data indicates that 83% of the deaths are civilians.
Party source. Congrats. who wants.
What?
Oh my god. There's Israeli sources, right?
What are you saying?
In Israel, there's
972 magazine is an Israeli source.
Again, just because it's an Israeli source doesn't mean that it's a pro-Israel source. So, for example,
oh, it's not the only one I cited. You're talking over me while I'm citing more than one source. I also said the Guardian, the Lancet Journal. I can keep going on.
fair enough. Keep going. Like again,
What?
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere because again, right? I'm gonna say, listen.
BBC News, the Washington Institute.
Look, I'm gonna say I don't trust.
Why don't you want to hear what I have to say about the?
Because they comply to Hamas censorship. They admit to complying to Hamas censorship.
You don't trust Hamas? That's fine. You don't have to trust Hamas. So why aren't you allowing journalists into Gaza?
Because here's the thing: journalists are allowed into Gaza. They just have restrictions, and the reason why is because it's a dangerous zone, right? Even in Ukraine, even in the parts that are settled, more settled.
No, it's not. There's a ceasefire.
Again, even in like places that are
no, there's no ceasefire in Ukraine and Russia. So here's the difference.
Sure.
There's an ongoing war in Europe between Ukraine and Russia. There's no war going on between Gaza and Israel because there's a current ceasefire that was imposed by Donald Trump.
Even if you go to Syria, right? Even if you go to Syria, journalists in Syria, even though the Syrian civil war ended,
what does Syria have to do with what I just said?
The point that I'm trying to establish with journalists is that even though the Syrian civil war ended, journalists in Syria are heavily regulated and are only allowed to certain parts, are only allowed with certain protections and certain things, right? So the idea of this like journalism where like free roam in any place that has been war torn, like past or current, has ceasefire enacted, recently ended, or ongoing, is just a notion that does not exist, right? It just hasn't before.
So, you know what I don't understand about this whole argument is that I've seen interviews with Hamas leaders being pressured before October 7th by international journalists about them using human shields. They were asking hardcore questions that every pro-Israeli says. Using human shields, killing your own civilians. They were questioned in this about these topics in Gaza alone. So an international journalist from America came into Gaza and asked very hardcore questions to the leaders of Hamas. Not only that, I saw a video today of a Hezbollah minister, a Hezbollah high official being interviewed in the middle of Lebanon by an international Western journalist, which is allowed. You know, there's journalists allowed into Lebanon that move freely, unlike Gaza, which is, I don't know why that's allowed. So Hezbollah allowed journalists to go into southern Lebanon, and while they were being interviewed, they were being asked the most hardcore questions. Human shields, you guys are killing your own people. Why aren't you allowing people to flee? You know, this and that. So I don't understand why you're saying that there's censorship. No, there's not. I've literally seen them being asked. I can show you the video. It came out today.
Here's a source. So it's the
so how are you going to say how are you going to say these organizations are enforcing censorship? That's a lie.
CPJ.org. Gaza journalist speaks about Hamas intimidation, threats, and assaults. When Gaza journalist Tawif Abu Jarad received a phone call from Hamas security agent warning him not to cover a protest, he readily complied, having been assaulted by Hamas-affiliated forces once before. The April 27th women's anti-war demonstration in northern Gaza, Beit Lahai, was small but significant, one of the several recent protests criticizing Hamas, which has controlled Gaza with an iron fist since ousting its political rival Fatah in 2007, right?
What year was this?
This is let me see. This is April. This photo was taken March 26, 2025. This is the protest. And then the article came out April 27th.
No, what's the name?
2025, it's the CPJ.org.
What's the name of the title?
Oh, Gaza journalists speak
about, the name of the title.
Yeah, Committee to Protect Journalists. Committee to Protect Journalists.
No, the name of the title.
Oh, like I said, Gaza journalists speak out about Hamas intimidation, threats, and assaults.
Okay, Gaza journalist speaks out about Hamas intimidation. Okay, so the number one red flag, there's no author of the article, it just says CPJ staff. That's a red flag, number one. And let's see who the CEO of CPJ is.
Sure.
Jody Ginsburg. Let's see who this is. Jody Ginsburg. Okay.
Are you there?
Okay. So.
Are you there?
Yeah. So you showed me this article.
Wait. Sorry.
That says Gaza journalist speaks out about Hamas intimidation.
Am I delayed on your screen?
What?
Is my voice to audio
Yeah, you are.
Oh, fuck! It's so bad right now. It's like.
Yes, there's a delay.
Okay, I think I can.
Okay, so you said. Criticizing Hamas. Okay, so Hamas is known for violently targeting and killing its critics. They even told me I would be responsible if my wife. Okay, so. Okay, but there's no Hamas. Hamas's leadership is gone. There's no enforcement of their duties anymore. I don't believe so.
This is April.
Okay, wait. So you're telling me you're telling me okay, so you're just proving my point. So you're proving my point. You're telling me the Israeli military went into Gaza for 2 years and accomplished completely nothing against people in flip-flops?
No, I said that that's my thing. That's what I'm saying, is that out of the 70,000 people killed, the majority of them were Hamas terrorists, right? As I'm saying the opposite of what you're saying. I'm saying that you're correct, that in the IDF...
What's your source on that? Because I showed you the Israeli military. Your own military says 83% of the deaths are civilians. So can you explain to me where you got your information from?
Again, let's go to the IDF report. Let's see. Does the IDF have an official report? Let's see. It's under a paywall. Let's see. Let me get a Google Scholar real quick. IDF death toll Gaza report.
Oh, and it doesn't even say Hamas were the ones that threatened him. So you lied about that. It says Hamas affiliated mass assailants. So it's not even Hamas themselves. It's just affiliates and allies of Hamas, which could be any other organization like Palestinian Islamic Jihad or any of those.
Sure, I mean, it's an adjacent group. I mean, sure, we don't know, but again, they abided and aided the cause of Hamas. But anyway, I don't really see how that matters so much. But anyway, this is the Lancet, right? Counting the dead.
Oh,
Gaza, this is
I gave you that source.
Yeah, this is Google Scholar. I'm on Google Scholar right now. It has three authors.
You know, you said that source was pro-left when I presented it.
The Guardian?
It's right here, the Lance. No, the Lancet for 83% are civilians.
I wasn't referring to the Lancet. I was talking about the Guardian. Let's look at the Lancet, right? I'm just reading the Lancet. We're just reading it. Again, it says, by June 19, 2024, 37,396 people have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the attack by Hamas and the Israeli invasion in October 2023. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, as reported by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, one which has been accepted as accurate but to the UN, who these data are supported by a number of deaths of UN Relief and Work Agency, UNRWA. Staff of those reported the Ministry 3, which collect data. Instruction of much with the 5 the Ministry had arguments in usual reporting. Let's see. By Hamas, are they safe and poorly only after October 1967. 7th attack. Who were killed and injured in 2014. Alrighty, let's see right here. This is 2013 though. Yeah, this is 2013, 2014. Let's go to 2023. Here we go. Gaza health system collapsed because of combined of Israel's 17-year illegal blockade, blah, blah, blah. Short article, the assessment.
It says the deaths of women and children is 52%.
2021.
So out of the 71,000, 52% were women and children.
It says from data published in the Lancet by expert epidemiologists, it had estimated that by the 25th of April 2025, about 680,000 Gazans had been killed in the Gaza genocide. That's insane. 680,000. This is definitely a pro Valley post.
What do you?
Look, 680,000 right here. This is in the.
What are you looking at?
Oh wait, it went from the Lancet to the.
Yeah, but the Lancet what?
Oh, okay, it moved. This is not part of the Lancet. This is just a talented article.
So I just looked at the Lancet. This is 52% are women and children.
Yeah, the Lancet that I have is
So it says children.
This is just 2014. It gives me the 2014 data, but then again.
Okay, well mine does. Mine is 2025. It says children younger than 18, 22,800. Women aged 18 and 64, 16,000. People older than 64 years old, 2,870. So this is the Lancet. This is the source you just gave me. And it agrees with me that 20,000 children were killed.
Again, my question is, what ages are these children? Are they fighting for Hamas or like the 14?
It says children younger than 18.
Again, so like, for example, let's say you have 10,000 children, right, between 14 and 18 who have assault rifles. Are you gonna?
Okay, but Israeli kids hold guns too. Israeli kids hold guns too.
Yeah, it's 18 years old when they go into the IDF, not.
No, Israeli kids hold guns. Israeli settlers are trained at 8 years old.
Again, when we read the Lancet, right? Wait, let's go to another source right here.
Oh.
Israel and God. Because you call them settlers. I don't think it's settlers.
No, I want to show you this.
Because by international law, they're not settlers, right? Jordan illegally occupied the West Bank in 1946. After the illegal occupation of Jordan of the West Bank in 1946, in 1967, you had the 6-Day War. Israel beat Jordan, got the West Bank, right? When they got the West Bank, it became an Israeli territory. And then the Oslo Agreement.
What is this? I don't care.
2000, right? Yeah, but like you can't just.
So okay, so the funny thing is, listen. The funny thing is, you were citing the UN. You were citing the UN, and the UN says that these settlements in the West Bank are illegal, which make them illegal settlers. That's number one. Number two, you cited the Lancet Journal. Although I cited it, you called it left, but when you cited it, it agreed with me.
I still think it's left. I just read the I was reading your source. Right?
I don't care. Every source you gave me, you're using AI, and
I'm not using AI.
don't even know what you're doing. But every source you gave me, I actually look into the source, and it agrees with exactly what I said.
You can't see it, but I'm on Google.
No, you did use AI. You've been using AI overview this whole time, and when I actually click on the source that it gives you, it agrees with me. It agrees with all my points.
Again, I used it once, and you used it once too. So why are you using like AI overview as like a gotcha? I don't really get that.
It was multiple times.
I only used it once. I can actually show you when I.
It's not a gotcha. I'm just letting you know every source you presented ended up agreeing with me.
Again,
every source you presented agreed with me. So this is the funny part. You even brought up the UN, and I'm telling you, the UN recognizes the West Bank as occupied territory. It's called. It's illegal under international law.
You had to occupy it from another country. Palestine was never a country, right? Palestine didn't declare independence until 1988.
Yes, it was. They declared. If they're not a country, why are they a part of the UN? If they're not a country, why are they part of the UN? That's number one. Number two, they declared independence. They declared independence in November.
United Nations. They're not a member state. They're an observer state, which is different than a member state.
Yeah, because they're occupied. You're proving my point. They can't be a fully sovereign state if they're occupied. They don't have full sovereign. They don't have full sovereign power because they're occupied.
It's not a country because again, in 1946,
it's not a country because they're occupied.
In 1946, when Jordan was created, right, and then they basically illegally take over the West Bank. And they had it until 1967. They lose it in a war. It goes under Israeli control. Never once was there a Palestinian state before the creation of Israel or after. It wasn't until
there was.
There wasn't
so
until
I'll tell you when
the
the
first Intifada until 1988 that they tried to declare independence inside of another nation. But again, they're not recognized, right? That's the thing, is that if you try to create a nation inside of another
do you know
nation,
why?
It doesn't necessarily make you a nation. Again, that's part of the West Bank.
So you don't think America's a nation?
Yeah.
So you don't think America's a nation?
Yeah, the United States.
So you don't think America's a nation?
Yeah, United Nations. Yeah.
So oh my God! Wait! You just spoke for 2 minutes. Let me respond. Let me respond. You just said you cannot. No, let me respond. The United States declared independence from Great Britain because they were occupied. Great Britain was occupying the 13 colonies. They were taxing the British without representation of the American colonists. So the American colonists were living in the 13 colonies. They were not being represented. They were being taxed. They had no citizenship to Great Britain. So they revolted against the British and they declared the United States. Again, so that's how America became a country in July 4th, 1776.
Yeah, but again,
so I want to compare this to the claim you made about the Intifada.
But the colonies weren't occupied by Britain.
Okay, let me look it up real quick.
Occupation means basically occupying another nation state's
colonies
territory.
Occupied by Great Britain.
Occupation. Look up the legal definition of occupation.
You're ridiculous.
Occupation of.
Yes, the 13 colonies were established, governed, and occupied by Great Britain from their founding, starting from Virginia 16 until the American Revolution, 1775. Exactly what I said. So when you look at the West Bank, I want to respond to your Intifada point before you interrupt me, that the reason why the Intifadas happened, the reason I want to respond to what you said about the Intifadas. You said they didn't establish a country up until the Intifadas when they tried creating a country in a country. I want to respond to that. So the reason why that is because the Palestinians were being taxed. They weren't being represented, just like how American colonists were being, taxation without representation. It's the same thing for the Palestinians. They were being taxed. They had curfews. They weren't treated, they didn't have citizenship. Israel controlled the Gaza Strip and the West Bank from 1967 all the way up until the Intifadas. They never once offered citizenship to the Palestinians. Why? Because if they did, and the Palestinians would have accepted it, just like the 2 million Arabs that live in Israel, like how they currently have Israeli citizenship, they would have accepted citizenship. But the reason why Israel never offered them to return after the Nakba or offered them Israeli citizenship when they had control over those two territories, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, for that long period of time, is because if they did accept it, there would be more Arabs than Jewish people in the state of Israel. That means the Arabs would run the Knesset, and the demographics would be a majority of Arabs, and it would be a minority of Jews. So it would no longer be a Jewish state. And Israel is an ethno-state based on its nation-state laws. It says the right for self-determination is exclusive to the Jewish people and only the Jewish people, which makes it an ethno-state. Because in order to be an ethno-state, you have to make one group of people special than the other groups of ethnic minorities, and that's exactly what Israel does.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the first thing about like the ethno-state, ethno-state doesn't necessarily imply that one group or minority has more rights or advantages over another group, right? So if we look at Israel proper, right, not talking about the West Bank or like Judea and Samaria or like Gaza, when we talk about like Israel, like the mainland Gaza, is Muslims inside of Gaza, they don't have to serve in the IDF. They also have access to the Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa Mosque, and they can go visit.
Muslims inside of Gaza don't have to serve in the IDF.
No, I'm talking about Israel
because
proper.
Gaza is not a part of Israel.
I didn't say that. I said Israel proper.
You did. You said Palestinians in Gaza don't have to serve in the IDF.
No,
what does that have to do with anything?
I said Palestinians in Israel proper don't have to serve in the IDF. I never said Palestinians in Gaza.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, again, so
you did.
I didn't, but okay. I said Palestinians.
You did.
Palestinians, and I said in Israel proper, Palestinians, right, don't have to serve in the IDF in Israel proper. Again, they also have access.
What does this have to do with anything?
They also have access to the Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Jews don't. So the idea that one is like apartheid or like
that's actually not true. You're lying.
It is true. It wasn't until the
You're
last,
lying because you just said they have access to temple. Hold on. No, I'm not. You just lied. You just lied.
Yeah, they had
you
like
can't lie because
just because Jews had like a few special occasions where they had access.
No, it's not a few occasions. You're lying.
Literally, historically, look it up from 1967.
The past 30 days of Ramadan.
1967.
No, historically, I'll tell you about right now. You're lying because historically, not even historically, right now, the Palestinians were not allowed to pray in Al-Aqsa once since Ramadan, since the beginning of Ramadan. This last month and this month, they were not allowed to go to Temple Mount. Palestinians were restricted.
Jews aren't even allowed to go to the Kotel right now. Christians aren't even allowed to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This is because of the war in Iran. This has nothing to do about like.
Can you okay, sure that doesn't make any sense because literally I saw an influencer the other day at the Western Wall. But let's say you're right and it's because of the war. Well, that doesn't even make any sense because Israel doesn't care about the Arab populations inside of Israel. They have funding for zero of the Arab education school systems in Arab Israeli cities. They don't give them they don't fund their shelters for times like this where there's missiles falling on them. So there's at least there's not even a single shelter inside one Arab Israeli village inside of Israel. That's my second point. My third point is that there hasn't been a single day in Ramadan where Palestinians peacefully prayed in Al-Aqsa. Every single Ramadan since 1967, Palestinians were abused and beaten in Temple Mount.
Again, when I've been
there hasn't been a single Ramadan for Palestinian Muslims that prayed peacefully in Al-Aqsa. There's always been clashes between Jews, Israeli soldiers, Israeli police, and Palestinians because the Israeli police are jealous that there are Palestinians on their Temple Mount.
Again, when I went to go to the Temple Mount in 2022, I was not allowed entry into the Temple Mount because I was Jewish, and only Muslims were allowed in. And then the IDF soldiers that were on the Temple Mount near Al-Aqsa Mosque, right, were Muslim IDF soldiers who voluntarily joined the IDF, right? Again, this is like what you're saying is beside the point, right? I myself, when I visited Israel, I was not allowed to go to the Temple Mount because I'm Jewish. Again, I have another friend who is Christian. He wasn't allowed to go to the Temple Mount because he was Christian. Yet Muslims can freely access the Temple Mount. Again, yes, you've had recently, within the past year, you've had changes where the state of Israel has allowed more Jews and more Christians to allow to pray in the Temple Mount, which has caused
So you're telling me all of these people, all of these people right here are Muslim Israeli police?
So again, I can't really see I can't see if they have like kippahs, yarmulkes. I can't really tell.
They do.
Yeah, but again, that's.
Let me find you a.
That's not like near all us. Like. Where's the
It is
mosque?
that was the compound.
It's not the mosque. I mean, like right next to the mosque.
Yes, this is the entrance to go inside. What is he wearing?
What? Again. Again.
What is he wearing? What?
I wasn't allowed, right? It still doesn't change the fact that I, as a Jew, wasn't allowed.
This is the person that denied you. This is the person that denied you.
Yes, that's a Druze. That's actually not a Jew.
What is he wearing on his head?
That's not a Jew. That's a Druze, and I could tell by the.
This is a Druze.
Yes, it is a Druze. It is not a Jew. It's a Druze.
Are you serious?
Yes, that is a Druze. A Jew.
I do know what a Druze is. Jews don't wear that. Jews don't wear that.
Jews don't wear.
Why are you lying?
Jews don't wear that type of.
Druze.
Druze wear.
Okay, let's type in Druze.
Have you not seen Druze?
Druze hat. This is a Druze hat. Is that what he was wearing?
Yes. Druze wear a round cap. They have white for ceremonials, and then they have different colors as well.
So this is a Druze.
Yeah, let me see.
That's a Druze, right?
Yes.
Do you know how? You know, there's like only like one or two Druze that live in Israel.
That's not true. 5.
There's like 2 max. Okay, I'm obviously being sarcastic. They're a minority. They're not even.
2%. They're 2%, and they're also required to be a part of the Israeli military.
Okay, thanks for proving my point.
1954.
They're not. They're considered Arabs. They don't have to join if they don't want to.
No, Druze
do. Druze don't have to serve if they don't want to.
Look at the
and that
Israeli
doesn't
law,
even. Look, this is off topic. This isn't even the army. That's why I know you're lying again. This isn't even the army. This is Israeli police.
Serve IDF. Yes, 1950s. It's a 1956 law.
It's not even the IDF. Did you not hear what I just said? It's the Israeli police.
Okay, the Israeli police.
Did you hear what I said? It's not even the military. This is the Israeli police that's deployed in Al-Aqsa because it's Israeli territory. The Israeli military is only deployed in occupied territory. And yeah, that's where they're only deployed.
Again, occupation, right? Because we were talking about occupation earlier. Occupation, you have to occupy it from another nation state. So, like, for example, you can claim independence, but just because you claim independence doesn't mean that you were occupied. So, like, for example, 50 states, right? For, like, when the Confederacy conceded from the United States, right, doesn't mean they were occupied by the United States. They declared independence from the United States. It doesn't mean that the United
Can
States
you
was
give me a
occupied.
year? Can you give me a year?
For what?
Can you give me a year in history where Palestinians that live in Israel were allowed to pray peacefully in Al-Aqsa without being beaten?
Yeah, so Palestinian national identity wasn't created until 1964, so I couldn't be from 1964 onwards
Right.
because
Let me rephrase my
Palestinian didn't
question. Can you
exist.
give me a year where I'm going to rephrase my question.
I'm going to ask you a question
So,
with a question.
can you give me a year where
a
Arab
Jew was
Israeli
actually allowed to pray on the Temple Mount? Because we've been banned. We've been barred for a very long time.
Yeah.
We've been banned for a very long time from going on the Temple Mount.
All right. So what's this?
I said for a very long time.
This is recently.
Yeah, recently the
This is
Benjamin
YNet News. This is an Israeli source.
Yep, I agree.
Ben Gavir, and he joins the worshippers. This was recently.
Yeah, the Muslims praying.
These are Jews. This is an Israeli source.
Oh, I saw a different picture when you showed me.
Yeah, no, these are Jews.
Well, yeah, that picture, but the first picture you showed me was something different. You were on a different picture. I think you like when you showed me.
No, the first picture was the same. These are Jews.
We don't pray like that.
Look. You can see the Hebrew on his shirt.
I see the guy on the right. Yeah, that's definitely Jewish. But like the people on the left.
Yeah, why do they pray like that? This is the Jewish News Syndicate. This is a pro-Israeli source that Netanyahu literally, the JNS, he literally does press conferences with
Again,
them.
I'm not even denying that recently that.
Can you look at it? Can you read it?
Yeah, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm saying that you're right.
Why are Jews? So Jews aren't even allowed to be there.
Benjamin Netanyahu, right, overturned a long-standing history of Jews not being allowed access to the Temple Mount. That is recent, within the past year. So I agree with you, but historically, for the majority of the history of Israel, Jews haven't been allowed to pray on the Temple Mount. Right? That is a fact, right? So, for example, when I went to Israel, I couldn't even pray on the Temple Mount.
So whose decision was that? Whose decision was that?
Of like, why couldn't Jews pray on the Temple Mount?
Whose decision was it to say Jews are not allowed to go there?
No clue. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Who was it?
So you're telling me an Arab Palestinian Hamas militant was standing outside of Al-Aqsa, and when you tried going inside, he said no? So did Hamas capture Al-Aqsa?
Again, that's a deflection. I've never made that point or claim, so I don't know why you're randomly bringing it up. Again.
So I'm asking you. Obviously, you know the answer. You know the answer to who controls that compound, because when you went, the officer was wearing a badge with the Israeli flag.
Again, the Israeli.
So you know for a fact that the Israeli government has control over that region.
Again, is Israel controls it, but then again, just because Israel controls it doesn't mean that Jews are allowed on it. So just because somebody controls an area doesn't mean that they allow everybody in that area to move or go to that area.
Who allows you to go? Who gives you permission to go? Who gives permission to go on and off Al-Aqsa?
The Israeli government, I agree. But then again...
Okay, so we concluded that the Israeli government has imposed the ban in not allowing Jews to pray on Al-Aqsa.
Yes, I agree. That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying Arabs have some more rights and privileges inside of Israel proper than Jews do, which was what I was talking about, right? Because when we were talking about earlier, you were talking about like why Gaza and like the West Bank, and then we're talking about Israel proper and about Arabs, right? And why weren't they a part of Israel proper? I said within Israel proper, I said Arabs actually have more rights and more privileges than Jews, and this is how we got to the Temple Mount discussion. So again, you just proved my point.
You know what? You know who you sound like. This is like saying, black slaves weren't allowed to participate in the Civil War and couldn't join the army. They can only help aid.
That's literally not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a government controls an area.
It is because you're saying, oh, you're saying, oh, Arabs are excluded.
No, I'm not saying Arabs are excluded. I'm saying Jews are excluded.
No, that's not what I said. You're saying Arabs are excluded from the Israeli military draft. That's exactly just like saying,
draft, yeah.
oh, but black people were excluded from joining the civil army.
I'm not saying
civil
that again,
war.
you're being hella disingenuous here. I'm not saying that Muslims can't join the IDF. I'm just saying that they're not forced to. They're not conscripted. There's a difference between not being able to join.
Yeah, they're excluded from the draft. I'm literally repeating what you said.
Yeah.
They're excluded from the draft. By you implying that they have more rights because they're excluded. No, it doesn't. Because you're saying basically during the time of slavery that black people had more rights because they were slaves, but they could have just joined the soldiers or become a soldier.
Are the Palestinian slaves?
No, they're treated like slaves. Yeah.
No, they're not.
They actually are.
Arab Israelis have.
They are treated like black people. They are treated like black. I'll tell you how they are like slaves because number one,
Israel proper,
when this
equal rights. Did you know that in Israel proper you had an Arab Supreme Court judge who threw an Israeli Jewish prime minister in jail? So when we're talking about the actual mainland of Israel, it's equal rights.
No. So if there were equal rights, you would then have to give me one time in history where Palestinian Arab Israelis were allowed to pray in Al-Aqsa during Ramadan without being beaten. Because there's videos of them being beaten for no reason.
Again, I don't have every single year or situation memorized on the top of my head of Palestinians praying at Ramadan at Al-Aqsa, because again, if you can know every single year from 1967 when Israel controlled Jerusalem to 2026, and you know every single year, every single Ramadan, then you tell me a reason why. And even if there is a conflict that happens, how does that even mean anything? Why did that conflict occur? Why did it happen? Why did the altercation happen? So again, right, like, you could have this, like, oh, blah, 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 but what are you even trying to aim at? There's no goal. Again, right, the Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa is the most, like, contentious point within all three Abrahamic faiths. Especially with the Islamic world, right? The Islamic world does not like the Yehudi, the Jews, praying at the Temple Mount, which is why the Israeli government has basically restricted, mainly prohibited, but restricted now, so it's possible, Jewish prayer and Christian prayer as well on the Temple Mount. So again, nothing's fair, nothing's peaceful on the Temple Mount.
So, do you know Palestinian Muslims are not allowed to enter the Holy Sepulchre because they're not Christian?
Again, according to who?
When I was there, I tried going, and they said no because I was Muslim.
Really? You got denied? Well, the Christians control, like, the Christian priests get to choose who goes into it. Like,
no, it was an Israeli Christian soldier.
Then that sucks.
He was wearing
bro.
a cross.
I understand your pain. Then I think you should have been able to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, like I should have been able to go to the Temple Mount. I think that everything should be accessible, but
Yeah. So
unfortunately, that's not the world we live in, and there's
so why wasn't I allowed? Why
wasn't I allowed in the
is there a
Temple Mount?
ban on Muslims from the
I
Holy
agree, bro.
Sepulchre?
I think that the Israeli government should open it all up. Everyone gets to go to everything, but unfortunately, there's a lot of Muslims and Christians who don't. There's a lot of Christians who don't want Muslims at their holy sites. There's a lot of Muslims who want to basically say Jews shouldn't pray at that holy site, right? Just like how I can't go to Mecca, right? Because I'm not a Muslim. I can't go to Mecca. I can't see the Kaaba. Right? So should I be
We're not
to...
talking about Saudi Arabia because that's like 3 countries away from Israel.
But you get what I mean, though. You understand what I mean.
No, I don't, because I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Saudi Arabia. I've never been there.
But again, you understand what I mean. That, like, unfortunately, not all religious sites are open to everybody, right? I've been excluded from some, and you've been excluded from some, and both shouldn't.
Yeah, so you can't blame it. Because initially you were trying to blame it on Palestinians that were restricting you, but that wasn't the case. You were implying Arab Israeli soldiers.
I never blamed the Palestinians for that. What I'm saying is that I've never once made that claim.
Okay.
I never made that claim. I never blamed the Palestinians for...
You said the person that denied you was an Arab Israeli.
He was an Arab Israeli when I was at the gate. But I didn't even get, like, into the Temple Mount. I got to, like, the exterior gate. But then again...
okay.
Yeah, like,
So what does this have to do with the topic? Well, what does this have to do with Great Britain colonizing the 13 colonies and are occupying them, and then
again, occupation has to be, you have to be occupying a territory from a nation state. So, for example, or it's a territory of another nation state.
Yes.
So, for example.
Yes, Great Britain controlled that territory.
Exactly, Great Britain controlled, right? Mandated Palestine and Transjordan.
And the American colonists, who identified as American colonists before America even existed, created the country of America on July 4th, 1776, after the American Revolution.
They seceded from Great Britain. So they declared independence, but it's not like they were occupied because they were a part of the nation. And they weren't.
No, they were occupied. So how do we know that? Well, what does the occupation mean? Can you define occupation?
Yeah, so I'd say
Can you define occupation?
Sure, I'd say occupation is basically one nation state illegally having troops on another nation state. It's territory. So, like, for example, if Syria were to go into, like, northern Lebanon and control, like, parts of northern Lebanon, that would be occupation.
Okay, well, based on Oxford, it's
I was just
territorial control.
I was giving you a definition in my head.
A military force that is occupying a piece of territory, occupying power against authority, but does not acquire legal ownership or sovereignty over the land. So Great Britain did not consider the 13 colonies a part of Great Britain, and that's why the American colonists wanted to break off, because they weren't being represented. So this falls into the same category as the Palestinians, because during the Intifadas, the Palestinians were being taxed just like how American colonists were being taxed, yet neither sides were being represented, although they were both being controlled by the same entity. A foreign power, because
Yeah, I get what you're coming from. You're basically saying that the West Bank is occupied. But would you say that Gaza is occupied? After the withdrawal of 2000?
No, they didn't. No. So Israel didn't occupy it. They had control over it. So
Okay, so
from
like
1967, they had control over Gaza and the West Bank. So
yeah.
do you know what happened? Like they didn't want to give Palestinians citizenship, so they just gave it to terrorist groups.
So my thing, okay, but like here's the thing. My thing is that when it comes to like the West Bank, right? The point that you're mentioning about like occupation. When it comes to that, right, the Palestinians were given 5 deals, right, to have their own independent state, right? When it comes to having the 5 deals to become their own independent state, one was the Oslo Accords in 2000, right? And with like Bill Clinton, and you had Area A, B, and C, right? And basically, as time progressed, it would have phased over into basically a full Palestinian state. Then you immediately have the Second Intifada. So Palestine could have been a formal state and the conflict could have been over, but yet we had a Intifada, right? So that's the thing. I don't think Palestinians cared about having their own state. I think Palestinians wanted the destruction of the Jewish state. But then again, what you were arguing earlier, you were saying something along the lines of how Israel didn't want to allow Gaza or the West Bank into their nation because of having an ethnic supermajority, which I don't actually necessarily disagree with what you're saying there. But I'm asking you, do you think that Gaza and the West Bank should be a part of Israel?
It was already a part of Israel, and so I don't really get your point. Palestinians were demonstrating against Israel because they were they weren't being given their own country.
So okay.
So what does this have? The Oslo Accords. Do you know why the Oslo Accords were implemented? It's not because Palestinians were demonstrating, because before you had, the Intifada ending, there was an incident that occurred from the Oslo Accords being completed. Do you know who the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was and how he was assassinated when he was so close to reaching a deal with Yasser Arafat?
Yeah, I agree. I think that if that deal would have been closed, I think that actually
you know who Yitzhak Rabin is?
Yeah, he was the left-wing party of Israel.
Yeah, so that's another reason why you can't just say, oh, Palestinians were demonstrating, that's why a Palestinian country was not established. No, you had Israeli extremists that killed their own prime minister to prevent peace. We didn't even go those lengths because we wanted peace. We don't I'll explain to you how Palestinians wanted peace. First of all, the Arab Israelis accepted citizenship. That's step one. Second of all, today, when we look at Palestinians today or in the Gaza Strip, hundreds of thousands of them apply for permits to work into Israel. Why would they want to work for a country and support a country? Most of their groceries and most of their chips are Israeli branded. Like, these people, they don't care if they live under Arabs or Jews. They just want a country to live under, and they don't want to live under occupation. Even Hamas's charter states the same thing. Even Hamas's charter says they want a two-state solution.
Well, Hamas's
says
charter
that
also
they
says that they want to kill Jews
want to
globally and worldwide. So you think that?
No, so Hamas's charter does not
It
state
does,
that.
before they
So
revised
if
it,
we look at the
before
Jewish,
they revised it after October 7th.
no, Hamas did not revise their charter after October 7th. I don't know where you got the information from, but what we can do is we can look at the Jewish Virtual Library that posted the entire Hamas charter in 2017. You can go ahead and Google it if you want. Jewish Virtual Library is a pro-Israeli source. You can type in Hamas 2017 charter, and then it has no anti-Semitism whatsoever. It literally just says that they want a two-state solution, and they will continue to attack Israel as long as the occupation continues.
So we're probably never gonna agree, but I'm just curious. How do you see this conflict ending?
Well, we know that Israel doesn't want the Palestinians because they didn't offer them citizenship, even after they expelled hundreds of thousands of them after the Nakba and the horrendous things they did to them.
Well, actually, here's the thing. When it comes to the Nakba, right, 800,000 Mizrahi Jews were kicked out of the Middle East and forced to have refugee inside of Israel, right? So
I don't care.
So, again, well, I think it's important.
So,
It is important.
So when we look at Operation Magic Carpet was a plan done by the first Prime Minister of Israel, where he took Mizrahi Jews from Yemen, stuffed them in a plane. He even kidnapped children. He took families, stuffed them in a plane, and flew them into Israel. This was the first Prime Minister of Israel kidnapping Mizrahi Jews. This is a well-known fact. You can look at the stories of. Hold on, I'm trying to share a very sensitive story. Please don't talk over. Can you please not talk over the sensitive topic about kidnapping children? Because this is a real case that occurred about Mizrahi Yemeni Jews that were kidnapped, and they were. What do you? I don't care. This is a sensitive topic where we're talking about the Prime Minister kidnapping children from Yemen and flying them into Israel.
Again, how do I?
Don't you think that's more? Don't you think that's more?
Did they willingly go? Because you could use
What?
the word kidnapping, but they could have just flown into the land of
No,
Israel.
kidnapping is kidnapping is involuntarily, so it's not something they voluntarily did. It's not something you volunteer for when you get kidnapped. It's something that is done against your will. You know what kidnapping is, right?
Yeah, I know what kidnapping is. I was just questioning the validity of the word, right, of that you were using. So
Yeah, the validity of the what validity?
It's a fucked up word. Don't worry about
Validity.
it. Yeah, you got
Validity.
it. You got it.
Validity. I'm saying it right.
Yeah, you're saying it right. You're saying it right.
Anyway, the validity. It doesn't matter. Anyway, how we know this is true is validity.
You got it.
Validity. Anyway, how we know this is true is based on the testimonies of those that were actually kidnapped and they had their DNA taken, tested, and they found out that the people we're with are not their actual families. I'm gonna read you testimonies from them. Yemeni, kidnapped, Mizrahi, 1948.
Again,
you can look.
You did say that you didn't care about
it's called the Yemenite Children Affair.
Okay, I'll look into it. But again, you also didn't say you didn't care. You mentioned the Nakba, but yet you don't care about like the 800,000.
Oh no, I don't, because I don't care what happens in other countries. I don't. I really don't.
Well,
I'm not educated enough about other countries. I'm more focused on like what's happening in Israel. What I know for a fact is that you made the claim that Mizrahi Jews were being persecuted, so they moved into Israel. That's not true, because I talked to you about Operation Magic Carpet.
Iraq,
There were also
the Farhud, 1941 in Iraq. And again, there's.
Well, yeah, you can educate me all day, but I'm telling you based on what I know about Israel-Palestine history. So I don't really know what happened in these regions. I don't know if Iraqis were killing Jewish people. I don't care. But what I know for a fact is that the Israeli Prime Minister were sending planes to Ukraine, to Yemen, and they were just kidnapping people and putting them into Israel.
Again, I'd have to research this because I've never heard this claim. This is the first time I've ever heard this.
It's called the Yemenite Children Affair.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna research into it. But again, I think that it's important that like
5,000 babies were kidnapped.
But again, I think that when you were talking about the Nakba,
they were abducted.
I got you. I'll look into it. I'll research it. I can't really comment about things that I don't know. But like when
I really don't care what happened to Jewish people in other countries because it's not really my business. I'm more focused on the history about this.
Because this is about the history of our land. It's about how the people that you see here in the
it's not important.
In Israel are there. Again, you mentioned the Nakba, right? You mentioned the Nakba first,
Well, no, that's not why they're there. They're there because they were abducted. I just showed you.
Again, no, 800,000 people were not abducted and kidnapped. You can't kidnap 800,000 people. That's a ludicrous statement, and you know it. That's heavily disingenuous.
Let me see how many people were on Operation Magic Carpet. Was how many? Jews?
Yeah, I have to admit,
let me see.
You mentioned so much stuff that I've never heard like pro-Palestinian say, but I mean, you definitely have more unique arguments. I actually somewhat agree with you, like why Israel didn't accept Gaza and the West Bank into Israel proper immediately was because they wanted to have like an ethnic majority to basically.
So you said 800,000. You said 800,000. One operation in one country, which was Yemen, Operation Magic Carpet by Ben Gurion, was 50,000 Jews. So I can name you another operation in Ukraine.
Again, this doesn't necessarily mean kidnapping. It could be a rescue operation. You would call it kidnapping. So again, whatever phrasing you use doesn't necessarily make it true. You there? Hello?
Yeah, no. There's another operation as well. Hello? Yeah, I. Yeah.
Good. Are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the audio is like, fuck, it's kind of cooked. I can't lie. Wait, you there? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm probably my computer's about to crash, but do you have Discord so we could talk like another time on Discord as well? What's good? What's good? What's good, bro?
You dumb fucking faggot. I cuss you like 100,000 times. You don't fucking understand. You don't fucking understand.
I'm American, bro. I don't really care about being cussed at. I just want to have a conversation with you.
Brother, you love Israel, brother.
Well, do you want to talk about it, or do you just want to tell me?
Look at my finger. It's very good, very beautiful.
I got you. And I give you love, bro. I give you love. Yes, sir. What's good?
What's wrong with people? What the f? Oh. Hi.
I think I said that right.
Shalom.
Shalom. Are you Jewish?
You did say it right, but we don't. Yep.
You're Jewish too? Wait, you're Jewish?
Yeah, man. I come from a Jewish family, yeah, but.
Same.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't realize there was Jews.
How are you? How's everything?
Good. I didn't realize there was Jews in the UAE.
Dude, there's a lot.
In the UAE?
There's a lot.
Damn.
Come on, man. The UAE is like the safest place for like Jews in general to live there, who do businesses and stuff.
I did not know that. I'm a little shocked. I didn't realize there's like that big of a community out there.
There is, trust me, there is, and it's just like not that big, but it's there. They're there.
Oh, I got you. Are you born in like the UAE or are you born in Israel?
No, actually, the funny thing is, I was born in Egypt.
Oh, that's crazy. Why didn't you go to Israel? What made you decide to go to the UAE?
Because I work with planes, so and it's a good paying job here.
No, that's fair. I mean, there's only one airport in Israel, so I mean, it makes sense. More opportunity.
And I mean, Israel as well is like so it's kind of a hot zone for like aviation, because airspace constantly keeps getting closed for that, and I felt like maybe it would be much better if I just work somewhere that's more accessible, which is why I work here, not in Israel.
Are you like a pilot or like air traffic controller or neither?
I'm a supervisor flight attendant. I supervise flight attendants.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So you travel all over the world?
Yes, sir. I do that from time to time, but not at the moment a lot because of the situation. I don't do it a lot.
Yeah, because of the war in Iran, so you're kind of stuck, huh?
Fucking hell, man! I'm so fucking tired of this shit, man. I want it to end. Seriously, it keeps like escalating and escalating and escalating, and my ass is just like.
You're done. You're over it.
It's not getting better,
bro. Hopefully,
it's not getting better, man.
Hopefully, it'll get better soon, bro. I think it'll get better within 10 years.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean 10 years? This war is not gonna last for 10 years?
No, I mean like in general, like the whole Middle East will get better within 10 years. Like I feel like the Middle East is gonna be like peaceful in 10 years.
The Middle East is not gonna be peaceful for as long as the Arabs who hate the Jews are gonna be there. Let's be fair with one another. The Middle East will never be at peace when they hate the Jews like this.
That's true.
As long as there is Jew hatred, there's always.
I don't know. I guess I'm just hopeful.
It's true.
It is true. I'm just hopeful that like if Iran falls,
You are hopeful, and I'll give you.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that if Iran falls, we have like a secular government.
It's not just Iran.
It's not just Iran.
Dude, the thing is, it's not just Iran, my guy. Like the Middle East is a much more bigger puzzle than that.
Really?
Like, look. Yeah, before Iran, there was Libya. I don't know about Libya. You know why Libya fell down?
Gaddafi?
Do you know why they wanted to kill Gaddafi?
Not really.
Why the CIA got rid of Gaddafi?
No.
Because Gaddafi, he wanted the Arab countries to stop using the petrodollar. He wanted to develop an African-based currency that was backed up by gold. That's why the CIA got like, hey, fuck you, you're not going to do that anymore. Because when you're doing that, you're literally saying to the big families, the bankings, and all like the shit that America has, there you go, fuck you guys, we don't need you anymore. Which means America's oil business is going to be damaged. Because they get all the oil from the Middle East. So in the Middle East has its own currency and shit, and they have their stuff. That means they have their money and the oil. That's why America is always like in the Middle East because they need to supply their oil demands.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I see what you're saying. So you think if Gaddafi would have stayed, you think the Middle East would have been like more peaceful?
Honestly, if Gaddafi was still alive, yes, I believe he would have helped the African countries and the Arabs to kind of like stand alone. I mean, honestly, I don't see it any other way because the guy was chill. He was not that bad. He kept Libyans Libyans themselves, they used to have houses, free education, a lot of stuff going for them.
Oh, wow.
Then when the guy like fucking died, everybody like was like a bitch to him. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like the guy genuinely wanted to unite the whole Middle East, not just that. He wanted Egypt. He wanted everybody to like be united.
Together. Oh shoot.
Yeah, because this is how it should be. But the thing is, here's the thing: if Israel, Egypt, Libya, all these countries form up together and make their own currency, make their own mini economy, the rest of the world is fucked.
If the Middle East gets their shit together, the rest of the world we're the center of the world, basically.
Because all the oil, all the reserves, all the resources, everything. For example, the Strait of Hormuz stopped. Half of the world stopped. The Suez Canal in Egypt. Remember last year when that boat like stopped like that, got stuck. Half of the world got stuck. Literally, the Middle East, everything goes through it, and if it stops, the world stops.
I see. No, I actually kind of agree with you. You think do you ever see like the Middle East get more peaceful, or no? You think it's gonna get worse?
Nope. I don't think the Middle East is gonna get any peaceful because America as a country, it needs war to keep going. Unfortunately, that's how it has been for the past 20 years. Every new generation, there has to be a new war. There has to be something, because war is such a great business model, especially for the United States.
But do you think it's a good thing that like
they need to have a war somewhere?
But do you support this
war
though? Like, do you support like this current Iran war?
I don't. I mean, obviously, what Iran is doing and how they're doing the regime, I hope it changes. I don't like what they're doing, but at the same time, like Trump could have not picked a worse time to start a fucking war. Like, the economy is getting in shambles right now, and us common people, civilians such as you and I, are getting fucked because now we have to pay all the gas prices and shit.
That's true. We are definitely getting fucked, but. I guess I'm optimistic. My mindset is that if I suffer now and Iran, the regime changes and it becomes a secular democracy, there's more peace in the Middle East, then it's like the suffering momentarily is worth it. That's kind of how I'm looking at it.
I genuinely hope. I've lived through so many wars. I've lived through the Afghanistan war, to the Iraq war, through everything. And every time America is like, we believe there's something wrong in this country. They go in there, they stay in this country, they lose the war, and then they come back to the States. It's been like this. Look, I'm not talking shit. It's been like that.
No,
Iraq,
right.
Afghanistan, fucking Vietnam.
We always fucking lose.
Like, it's just like, it pisses me. And what pisses me more off is that common people, such as American people like you, spend all these taxes just for you to leave all the equipment behind.
That pissed me off.
What the fuck?
That pissed me the fuck off. When Biden left Afghanistan with freaking like $100 billion of military equipment, I lost my shit. It's like, you know how much money...
And imagine all these taxpayer money ended up getting used by Afghanistani men who can't even read and write.
Yeah, pretty much. And then they don't. They don't know how to maintain the shit either. So the shit's like all dilapidated and like falling apart.
Yeah, there was a guy, an Afghanistani guy who tried to fly an Apache helicopter left by the American forces, and the fucker crashed it. It's just sad because like the way the administration of the United States of America is working. I remember, like, before George Bush even, like, the United States used to genuinely seek the interest of their own citizens. Whenever they used to start a war or start something, they genuinely used to view a model that, hey, is this going to make our America better or not? but it's not like that anymore. They don't care about Americans. They're like, fuck Americans. We want our money. We want our oil. We want our like billionaires to be richer and the common people to get poorer.
Well, I actually somewhat like Trump, but I do agree with you though. I feel like the Democrat Party, especially right now. I mean, you know, there's an address, right? Trump gave an address, and he said, "Stand up if you think it's the first duty of the American politicians, to put American citizens first." And over half of the government didn't stand up to put American citizens first over illegals.
Exactly.
I was shocked. I was like, holy
Exactly.
shit. Everybody who didn't stand up should be charged for treason. I'm like, holy.
They should not be politicians, man. Your country is literally being like a playground for illegal immigrants, rapists, murderers, and child molesters. I'm not even kidding.
No,
like,
you're not wrong. That's why I'm leaving.
it's just where are you going? New Zealand?
Maybe. No, I'm going to Israel because I have to do the IDF.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just make sure, like, I mean, I would have loved like to go and like stay in Israel too, but for the nature of my job, unfortunately, I cannot.
No, that's understandable. You gotta go where the work is at.
I work with planes, and it's the only thing I'm good.
No, it's completely understandable. No, but yeah, I'm probably moving to Jerusalem, but I want to be a diplomat so I can live all across the world before the world goes to shit.
Well, to be fair with you, like it's a terrible time to be a young man because like all the fun our parents. No, our grandparents used up everything. They had the fun. They bought the houses, and now World War is coming, and we didn't even get to experience shit. Like
Exactly, bro. You know, me and all my friends, we joke. We said we were born just in the right time to go die in the Middle East.
literally, it's such a fucking piece of shit thing. I mean, I think the United Arab Emirates is gonna ask, like, if a war actually happens, I think the United Arab Emirates, they're gonna ask for immigrants such as myself to like join their military. Be like, hey, we need every man.
Would you join?
I mean, hey man, free rent, free food. Fuck yeah, I don't care.
And plus, you could just be in the Air Force. Like, you
But
could just like do like, you just be in the Air Force.
I think like I think that's gonna be what's happening, and what's even more funny is that like they're probably gonna put me against Iranian forces.
Oh, 100%. Gonna be fighting Iran.
Yeah.
Well, I think hopefully I'll miss it. I think I'll miss it because I'm going. I like get out of it because like I have like, since I'm in America, it's like I have like a little like gap to where I don't have to go like immediately, but I have to go in like less than 2 years.
Less than 2 years to what?
To go to Israel and have to serve. So so I could probably avoid the Iran war. That's what I'm hoping. I don't think it's gonna last that long.
Yeah, in Egypt it's a conscription law. Everyone has to serve.
Yeah, did you serve in Egypt?
No, I escaped. I escaped the service.
Oh, nice. How'd you get out of it?
Nothing. I just told them I'm the only son. They can't send me to the military, and they said, okay, if you're the only son, there's no military for you.
That worked.
Yeah, actually, that's in the law. If you are the only son, the only man, they cannot take you.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that was like a thing.
Because think about it. If I die in war, the bloodline ends.
Yeah, it's true. Well, shit. That means
The bloodline just stops.
I'm the only male in my entire bloodline, other than my dad.
Exactly. So if you die, the bloodline dies. Therefore, you have to stay. You know, that's why they're like, hey, no, you have to stay there, because otherwise they're just like sending you to war is bad. But if you have a brother, one of you have to serve.
Ooh, shit. Do you play like rock, paper, scissors or some shit?
I don't know like the exact procedure for that, but like basically one of you has to go. That's just how the law is like.
That's rough. Imagine if like both of y'all didn't want to go, then who bites the bullet?
Then what? Then it's just jail at that point.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that is rough. Did you like growing up in Egypt, or?
I didn't really grow up in Egypt. I only like been there like for like a year or two, but Egypt has been, yeah, Egypt has been like an interesting place. Not my most favorite, but I'm not really like very happy about the people of Egypt, to be honest with you.
I know. I talked to people here on Egypt. They're just like very rude.
Yeah, I know Egyptians are rude. They're hateful. They don't like anybody. Like it's bullshit, man.
What about the Emiratis? Are they very like happy, like nice people?
Yes, Emiratis. It depends on who you're talking to. Not every Emirati is like that. Like some Emiratis are chill. Some are a bitch. Some are cool.
If I were to move to
Really
the
depends
UAE,
who you're talking.
I see. So if I were like to move to the UAE, like would you like recommend like Dubai or like somewhere else?
Dubai is definitely safe. Abu Dhabi as well is pretty much safe.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, because I mean, the UAE I definitely want to visit. I don't know. I don't really know where I want to live in like the world. Kind of. It's like I don't really want to stay in the U.S. because it's like people low key kind of hate Jews here now. It's gotten bad, and then it's like I don't know where I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you should go. No, you should visit. It's a pretty safe place. You should come visit.
I was shocked when the UAE said that they're cutting funds to send their students abroad to the UK because they were afraid that their kids were gonna get radicalized by radical Islam. I was like, whoa. From the UK.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this once and for all. There is no such thing as radical Islam. There's just Islam.
Really? Yeah.
If a Muslim can live with like if a Muslim can live in a Western society and he's a good citizen and he can live with other Western people, then he's not a good Muslim. If a Muslim is if a Muslim is a good Muslim, then he cannot exist within Western values. It doesn't work. It doesn't compete.
The good Muslims are in Afghanistan.
Yes, that's literally what it is. I know it sounds very weird and rude, but this is what it is.
No, you're right.
If you're a good Muslim, yeah, because you know, and actually you'd be surprised. Like almost like 95% of Muslims, they don't even know their proper religion. They have not read their Quran. They have not understood their hadiths. And they have not understood their history.
Like, they don't even realize that, like, Aisha was 6 when she got married to Muhammad.
No, forget Aisha.
Fair enough.
For example, like Aisha, we know it's a whole pedophile situation. If you pull the Aisha card, the argument ends there. And that's just not fun. Pull other aspects. For example, in the Quran, it literally says, and it advises Muslims to read the Torah and to read the Bible.
You gotta show me which. I bought this just to debunk it.
Wait. Hold on, I'll tell you which one.
I bought a Quran just to, like, learn Islam, just to debunk them. I learned, like, the Islamic dilemma about it, and I haven't learned much. And then I got the Tanakh.
I'll tell you which. It's like, Yunus 1094.
1094.
Look, you have 1094. So if you are in doubt what we have revealed to you, then ask those who have been reading the book before you. See? Another one here.
Oh my god, that's actually
543.
Wait. Let me mark these down real quick.
Look.
This is... Wait,
All right,
type
I'll give
in
it to you
chat.
here.
Type
You
in
have-
the chat. 1094.
You have 1094. Boom. You've got 543. And you've got 568. These are three. There's probably even more, by the way. And especially 558. Surah Al-Ma'idah. It says here, O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on until you upheld the Torah, the gospel, and what have been revealed from your Lord. Look, literally, the Quran literally said, if you want to learn and understand, it advises the Muslims to read the Torah and to read the gospel.
Wait, is this 556 right here?
568. No, I didn't say 56. 568.
Oh, okay, 60.
543.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 68.
568.
Yeah.
Say, oh, people of the book, you follow no religion unless you practice the Torah and even Injil and what has been revealed to you from your... Oh, shit. Wait, I gotta write this down real quick. You're low-key teaching me how to cook.
Oh. Well, yeah, man, like, that's just like one small aspect that most Muslims don't even know about.
This is insane.
And mind you, they get all their information from like a local sheikh from the mosque, and that's about it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. 1094. Surah. 1094. 543. Bro, this is amazing. And then, so you have these. So you don't start with Aisha. You're right. That does ruin the fun because they immediately close off.
Because like if you start with Aisha, there's immediately be like, oh no, she was 16, she was whatever, and they have no clue, they have no backup or evidence against to back up that. So I'm like, look, you want to balance this stuff, you need to do it exactly the same way. Because the thing is,
Yeah.
Abrahamic religions, Christianity, especially Judaism and Islam, they are literally like two sides of the same coin. To be honest with you, the only difference there's minor difference between them. For example, Jews are the first people who started prostrating in their prayers. Islam is copying that from Judaism, like prostrating.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I know what that is.
Is copying that from them. A lot. Yeah, it's like for example with Jews, right? In Judaism, how long do you fast? Whenever there's fasting.
What, isn't it like 2 days or 3 days?
2 days, yeah. So like Muslims looked at that and be like, oh, 2 days? We'll make it 30 days and we're gonna call it Ramadan. Fuck you, man. Like, it's like everything you do, Muslims came along and they're like, hey, dude, we're gonna make it better than you. Like, that's literally what Abrahamic religion is all about.
That's actually hilarious. You pray
really
3 times a day, we're gonna pray 5.
It really boils down. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny because like when you bring up all these things together, you realize that like there's not many differences between both religions in general. It's just that people have not read the books properly. Because the average Muslim is completely uneducated. Yeah, the average Muslim is completely uneducated compared to the average
Jew.
Like Jew, for example.
100%. I mean, like, I've read the entire, like, Tanakh right here. I got the Hebrew, too. English and Hebrew, just to make sure.
Okay.
My Hebrew's, I read so slow in Hebrew, you don't even want to see it, bro. It's actually atrocious.
Fine.
No, but no, I mean, like, I know you got, like, the Islamic dilemma. I know you got, like, the Aisha. And then you got, like...
Talk about the conquest. The sixth.
The conquest? What conquest?
Islam spread by the sword.
Oh, yeah, the Islamic, colonization. The Arab colonization.
If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be knowing Arabic.
That's true. You actually...
Because I'm ethnically... What, sorry?
Wait, you're ethnically Arab?
No, I'm ethnically Egyptian, technically speaking, and I have the Jewish blood in me, but, like, because of my mother's a mix, I'm African. So being like somebody who is, like, happening to be, like, born in Cairo,
yeah.
If Egypt was never colonized by the Arabs, I would have never known Arabic to begin with.
That's true.
But, you know.
You might have been speaking, like, ancient Egyptian or something.
It could be Coptic or hieroglyphic, yeah.
Yeah. So you got Islamic colonization and conquest, Aisha, the Islamic dilemma, and then those surahs. Man. Wait, I have a few questions, if you know, because, like, I was debating Muslims, and, like, well, I was just talking to them, because how do you beat the claim that, like, the Torah is, like, corrupted?
So here's the thing: there has been a period of time where some people, because there was during the time in the Middle East where there was a lot of revelations from, like, the Quran that they used to say, and a lot of revelations from the Gospel and whatever. There was people who used to rewrite or make versions or stuff, not just like it could be of Torah, could be of the Bible, whatever the fuck could be, right? And then during that time, people were caught doing that, and they were penalized for it. But the problem is with Muslims. The things with Muslims, they came along and they started writing it. And they said, "Hey, no, our religion is better." And then Muhammad himself came and he said, "Hey, we're gonna do what we need to do because other religions, they just don't fuck with us." And there's hadiths for that as well. Even there's a surah. There's actually in the Quran it was mentioned about people who rewrite. So here's the thing: in the Quran, it never mentioned that the Torah is rewritten or the Bible is rewritten. It only mentioned how people rewrite books, holy books. But it never mentioned people who rewrite the Injil or people who rewrite the Torah or the Quran itself even.
I'll write
so, like, you look, here you go.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll show you. Because look, you'll find a lot of words and people who say, people of the book, don't rewrite my words from God or words from Allah. But it never said, oh, people of whatever, don't rewrite the Torah or don't rewrite like the Bible. It never said that in the Quran. Never, ever, ever said that.
So it's just hadith.
But then obviously people were like, no, it's in the surah, it's in the Quran. The hadiths and whatever this people say that they follow, I don't like. It's not correct because the thing is, it's only one guy and it's Sahih Bukhari. And Sahih Bukhari, the hadith guy, he makes a lot of really fucked up claims sometimes. And it's the fucked up thing is it's Sahih Bukhari, you know?
Dude, I seen something about Muhammad told this one woman that adopted sons don't count, and in order to make the dude an adopted son again, he has to suck breastfeed again at as an adult man. I'm like, what the hell? There's some weird shit.
Dude, Islamic religion is literally like based on like tell me why the fuck would you tell a little boy that if he does good he's gonna get 72 virgin women to fuck in heaven? Like
this is
when the biggest prize for a man in heaven is a fucking orgy, that's when you know something is wrong with the religion.
That's actually the best fucking thing I've ever heard.
That's literally your biggest reward in eternal, like galaxies and galaxies and planets and universes and dimensions, and above all of that, you tell me that the highest thing an interdimensional being can create for me is 72 women to fuck. What the fuck, man?
I can't, bro.
It's just.
That's too good. It's too good.
It's weird.
It is weird. Oh, that's actually freaking hilarious. That's shit. Why wait for heaven when you could do it now? At that point.
That's actually why I never I remember when I was a kid, I used to visit mosques and I used to hear this shit, and I was like, people are buying this shit.
You're like, what the fuck? It's so to me, it's so clearly wrong. Like, it's so clearly false. Like,
no, and the thing is, there's many people who completely and fully believe in that, and they don't even question it. They're like, actually, it is right. I'm gonna get 72 versions. I'm gonna fuck 72 versions. That's why when you think about it, you're like, oh, now I understand why there's so many Muslim men who happen to be predatorial and kind of weird.
Yeah, they're just trying to find their Aisha.
Obviously, I'm not gonna say. I'm not saying not all of them are like that, because there's definitely some good Muslims out there. But
100%, like in the Gulf.
when you put in perspective the culture of people who kind of worship or the idea or are interested into the idea of marrying a young virgin or whatever, it's a scary thing.
Oh, I mean, I completely agree.
And what's even worse is convincing women that that's a good idea.
Wait, what do women get in Islamic heaven? 72 men?
No, they don't get. They just get their husbands.
Oh, so they just get to be a part of the 70.
I'm telling.
They're just one of the other 71 women to fuck.
Pretty much, they're just gonna be there, and they're gonna be happy to watch their husband have a orgy. Pretty much.
So basically, for an Islamic heaven, women get to be eternally fucked by their husband. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a fucking perverted religion. That's why, because when your idea of heaven, literally sex, just
that's how you know it's messed up.
It's not what I.
No, bro, that's.
Yeah, that's why.
That's insane to me, man. I can't believe that's real. People I know people believe in this shit, but I still can't believe people actually believe in this shit. I think it's just, you're probably right. People are just
Some people believe in it.
Raised into it, and they just never question it.
I need to go sleep, man. I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
Nah, bro, I got you. Have a good one, bro.
You too, man. Good day.
Bye, bro.
Sin prometer bailar.
Yeah, what's good, bro? What's good?
I'll let him load.
Oh, I'm Israel Chai, bro.
Dubs.
What's good?
Dubski.
Yeah, what's good?
What's up? How you doing?
Nothing much, bro. My brother.
Yeah, that's tough, bro. I got it somewhere. I got it. There it is.
Oh, shit. Oh, what's good, chat? We got 4 viewers. What's good? Salam alaikum. What? Come on. What's good? You there? Alright, that was creepy.
Mean hi.
Salam alaikum. Oh, can't even speak, bro. Let me. You there? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, it's good. You there?
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm Jewish.
Oh, so why is it in your hashtag?
Cause I'm just like curious. Just want to talk to more Muslims, cause there's not really many in the U.S.
Oh, period.
No, I mean that's like the main reason.
Yo, Genesis, what's the color of your nipples?
What's good?
Shut up. Don't say that. Yo, what up?
Salam alaikum.
Where you from?
America.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you, man. How are you doing?
Yo, stop. I'm talking to someone right now, bro. I'm doing good. What are you ethnically?
Ethnically, I'm about half Cajun, like indigenous, like Louisianian in America, and then half Jewish.
I was gonna guess that you had the accent.
Really?
Yeah,
you?
you said salam alaikum.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was born here, but I'm Afghan.
Oh, you're Afghani? Nice. So, like, is that like your ethnicity, or are you like mixed?
No, I'm fully Afghan, bro.
Oh wow.
You Muslim?
No, I'm not a Muslim. I'm learning. I'm like learning, but I'm not Muslim. I mean,
You're Jewish ethnically, but you were like religiously a Jew?
yeah, I'm religiously a Jew. I believe in Judaism, but I learn all the religions.
That's what's up. When did you start getting into Islam?
Like, okay, so probably 4 months ago I bought this, and then like when longer. Wait, sorry. I think I bought this like 5 or 6 months ago, and then I was like further up in my state because I was in like another college for my first semester, and I was like trying to like talk to like more Muslims because I'm really into religions, so I like to learn religions by like going to like the people who like lead the religion. So like if I learn about Christianity, I want to go to like priests and pastors. If I learn about Buddhism, I like to go to monks. So if I want to learn Islam, I wanted to go to like imams, but it's like really hard to find them in America. So I try to go to like a masjid, and then
Imams? Where in America you at?
the deep south, deep south.
Where, Louisiana?
Yeah, Louisiana.
I'm pretty sure you could find like mosques out there. Pretty prevalent.
Yeah, you can, but like I was in a place where like there wasn't even a Jewish community, there wasn't like an Islamic community. It's just like Christian country. It was like deep in like Christian country, and like that's where
I see it.
So like there is no real way to like learn it. So I kind of just like put it in the back burner, but then now I'm back like at my home, like in my home city, and there's more Muslims here. So like the past like 2 days I've been getting like into it, and I just been on Unmingle like talking to Muslims, just learning and then like taking notes. So like whatever I learn, I just like jot down and like notes and stuff.
How deep have you gotten into it? Have you read the whole thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing. I've read like parts. Like for example, like I talked to one Muslim who told me like to read the part with like Mary, which is like what Surah. I don't even remember. I read the Surah with Mary. That's enough.
She has a whole chapter named after her. Yeah, I think that's Surah 5?
Yeah, it might be. trying to remember. One sec. A cow.
What about that surah though, specifically?
Um. Well, he was trying to like show me like about Mary, but I think he didn't realize that I'm not Christian. So it's like I don't really care about like I don't think like Jesus is, I don't believe in like the man God. So, I mean, like I think
I mean, what are your thoughts on Jesus?
I just think that he was like a man who like lived, died, and like that was it. And he like preached Judaism, like his own like version of it. That was about it.
Okay. So so you would say you're like a religious Jew. You practice Judaism.
I'm not like
Like you keep kosher.
no, I don't wear like a yarmulke. I don't wear like sajid. I don't keep kosher. But I'm just like I would say I'm really into like the theology of it, like the study, like the intellectual study of it, and I like believe in it, and like I pray. I pray all the time in like Hebrew, but I wouldn't say that like I'm like I follow it the best. Does that make sense? I guess it'd be like a Muslim who like
Sure. Yeah. I get.
yeah, I guess it'd be like a Muslim who like prays 5 times a day, but like doesn't like keep halal or like other things.
I understand what you mean. So do you understand what the core beliefs of a Muslim are? What the core tenets are?
Uh, I think I know a few. One is like Sadaqah. Well, that's Hebrew. I don't know what it is in Arabic.
Yeah, it's similar. It's zakat. You guys say I forgot how you guys say charity, but it's very similar though.
Yeah, we
It's
say Sadaqah.
charity. The five. Yeah, there's the 5 pillars of faith, and then there's the 5 pillars, and then there's the 6 articles of faith.
Wait,
Right.
wait. Let me write this down before. Wait. Can you give me the 5 pillars?
Yeah. So the very first pillar is going to be your testimony of faith. That's like your starting point of what it is to make you a Muslim. Your identity is when you confess that there's only one God, one true God, and that the Prophet Muhammad is his final messenger. That's your testimony of faith. So when you become a Muslim is basically someone who submits his will to the
How
one
do you
true
spell
God.
Muhammad?
And then the second one, how you spell Muhammad? It's Mohammed. Right?
MOHAM.
And then
Oh, okay. I got you.
Med.
And then the second.
Yeah, bro. And then the second one is gonna be second is I don't know them in order, but the second one is gonna be pilgrimage, Hajj, where once in your lifetime, if you have the capability, yes, the Mecca, yeah. So once in your whole lifetime, if you're capable of doing it, you have to go make pilgrimage to Mecca. It's called Hajj, right?
Hajj pilgrimage.
And
Mecca. Kaaba.
yeah, the third one would be charity, zakat, where you give 2.5% of your you give 2.5% of your wealth, right, to charity, which is an obligation upon you. Then you have, and after sadaqah is fasting, Ramadan.
Oh, Ramadan.
Yeah, but we're obligated to fast
Fasting.
every year. What is that for? And then the last one would be there's sadaqah, there's testimony faith, there's sadaqah, testimony, shahada, hajj. That's 4, right?
Yeah,
that's
4. There's one more.
Yeah, well, the last one would be, what is it? The last one is, why isn't that coming to my head right now? There's Hajj, there's Salat, Zakat, there's Shahada, there's Zakat, and then there's damn, it's not coming to my head. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's not coming to my head.
Okay, let me see if I can find it on Google real quick.
Yeah, I got it. Oh yeah,
What?
it's prayer, Salah.
Oh.
How did I forget that?
Man, that's like the
Yeah,
easiest one
Salah.
too.
So we established. Yeah, we established prayer 5 times a day.
Prayer.
Oh,
Times a day. Alright, but. And then you said something about like 6
yeah, so
articles.
that's not the issue. Yeah, the 6 articles of faith is what makes is your belief system as a Muslim. The 6 articles of faith is basically one, you have the belief of you believe you believe in angels, that they exist. Belief in angels, right? And then the second one is you believe in the day of judgment, where we're all going to be standing before God and being judged based upon the actions we did in this life. Uh, the third one is going to be believing in hell, if hell exists,
Believing in
right?
like.
And then the other one will be Jahannam. You guys say Jahannam, and I believe in Judaism.
Yeah, we have Gehenna, but Gehenna isn't like the hell of like Christianity or Islam. It's like a purification. We don't have like eternal hell.
Yeah, I think that's what's different. But in Islam, we call it Jahannam, where this is actually the punishment for those who have transgressed against God. And we believe as Muslims that for Muslims that have sinned, but they were a Muslim, that they would be punished for a short period amount of time, but they will be let out eventually if they had that belief. But if you were to live your life as a non-believer, as a non-Muslim, you will never ever leave. Hellfire. And then ultimately, God knows best. I can't make that final judgment, but that's to my understanding, right? And then the other one would be the belief of heaven, where it's called Jannah, right? You have Jannah, and then you have the next one would be uh believing in predestiny, free will,
Oh.
right?
Free will. Okay.
Predestined. Yeah. How many did I give you?
5. There's one more. We have
I gave you
angels, day of judgment,
there's one
hell,
more, right?
heaven, free will, and then the 6th.
Believing in the prophets, believing in all the prophets that
Yeah.
came before you.
Yeah, I
So
learned don't
from
have many
Adam,
prophets.
so from the time of we share similar prophets. So from the time of Adam all the way ending to the Prophet Muhammad, right? So we have all that, and we believe that every single prophet came down to preach one message, which was monotheism, the belief of the one true God, right? Of course, with Judaism, Christianity, where they differ is when certain prophets, when prophets came down for to the children of Israel, they rejected these prophets, right? And they killed these prophets, which is, according to our understanding, it's we have Jesus that came down as a prophet for the lost for the sheep of Israel, I believe, and then they denied him as the Messiah, right?
Yeah.
And then they replaced they after they unalive Jesus, um God said he will bring down a new covenant for Ishmael, right? So even I believe they unalive Isaiah too. Isaiah came down, but when certain prophets came down for the Jews, they they denied these prophets, and this is why they were in exile, right?
But
So when Jesus came down,
now that
for
the
the,
exile's over, are they back? Are they chosen again?
I mean, technically speaking, I don't even know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're still supposed to be in exile until their Mashiach comes, until their Messiah comes. Until their Messiah comes, um, that's when they'll all come back together, according to their faith.
Well, yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's true. Like, well, it's kind of like weird
Yeah.
because it's like the Messiah is supposed to bring the rest of Israel back to the like Eretz
Yeah.
Yisrael, like the land of Israel. But not necessarily that like
Yeah.
not necessarily like 90% have to be in exile. It's just that he brings the remnants, right, from like Isaiah 2:4, from like the north, the west, the south, the east, like from all four corners
Yeah.
of the globe, and he brings them back. So do Muslims believe that too, or no?
About the returning of
The Jews, yeah.
of the children of Israel coming back together.
Mhm.
To be honest with you, bro, I don't want to say something that I don't have too much knowledge upon, so I can't answer that. But I'm sure there is an answer to it. But as far as my understanding is, when it comes to the Messiah, we do believe it was Jesus, and he will come back at the end of times, right? And the Jews denied him, obviously, and they believe and their Messiah still has yet to come, right?
Yeah.
So we believe that their Messiah that has yet to come, that when the Messiah that has yet to come is gonna be our Antichrist, because we believe it was Jesus that's supposed to come back. So when their Messiah comes back for the Jews, right? We know it's gonna be Jesus. So we believe Jesus is gonna come back at the end of times, at the time of the Antichrist, right? And when the Antichrist comes, according to us Muslims, it will be the Jews that will follow behind him, right? This is like at the very end of times.
Well,
And then when Jesus comes back, he's gonna be with the he's gonna side with the Muslims, and he's gonna break the cross and explain to people how he never told people to worship him, which is towards the Christians. Which is why at the end of times you will see Christians and Muslims come together at the end, when Jesus comes and tries to explain to the Christians that he never told people to follow him, but to worship the Father himself.
That's interesting. From like our perspective, like in our religion, we kind of view it like the opposite, because like like for example, we think that right, because like in the prophet like Zechariah, I think it was chapter 8. Here, let me find it real quick. Like just to give you an idea of like what Jews believe, because I think many people don't quite know what the Jews do believe. Let me see. That's Psalms. Where's Zechariah? Wait, 1 second. Sorry. That's Ezekiel. There we go. So, like, for example, sorry about my throat. Here we go.
You're looking through Isaiah?
Zechariah.
Zechariah?
Yeah, so like, for example, like for what the Jews believe, this is like kind of like, because you were like talking about like your end times, we like how like the Muslims and the Christians like come together, right? Well,
yeah.
For us, we take this verse, Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23 specifically, but I'm gonna start from like verse 20, and like I'll explain like what we do. It says, "Thus said the Lord of hosts, people and the inhabitants of many cities shall yet come. The inhabitants of one shall go to the other, and say, Let us go and entreat the favor of the Lord. Let us seek the Lord of hosts. I will go too. The many people and the multitude of nations shall come to seek the Lord of hosts in Jerusalem, and to entreat the favor of the Lord. Thus said the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from nations of every tongue will take hold. They will take hold of every Jew by a corner of his cloak and say, Let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you." All right, so it's basically saying at the end of days, every nation, right, every language, every gathering of nations will come together and essentially say, let us go. They'll grab the corner of like of a Jew's like shirt, or like the tzitzit, which is like a garment that Jews wear, with like the commandments, and they'll grab that and they'll say, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. So like in Judaism and the Torah, well, the Tanakh, my bad, the Netavim and the prophets, we think that at the end of days that everybody else is going to realize that like Judaism is true. So I just find that interesting that every religion kind of says that about their own. It's very unique.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, as a Muslim, I don't say Judaism is false. As you know, as a Muslim, we confirm the Torah and the Injil, right? Or you can say the Gospels, right? As a Muslim, even in our Quran, it still says that. You know, we don't deny it. The thing is that the Torah that we have today, though, right? As scholars say, it dates. It comes 1,500 years after the time of Moses. If you go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
I
So this is where the inconsistency, so this is where like the confusion comes in, even with me, inconsistency, right? You have a book that came 1,500 years after the time of Moses, which is a long time frame. So we can't even confirm that, even if this is the book that was revealed to Moses, right? Even if when we have the Gospels, right? The Gospel that was revealed to Jesus, the Christians that have today, you have a book that was revealed to Jesus that came into play 200 years after the time of Jesus, right? So you have the earliest gospel that was revealed in Koine Greek,
yes,
which was revealed 200 years after the time of Jesus, which is also problematic, right?
Yeah, well,
so we can't confirm, because 200 years is it's a long time frame, so we can't confirm that this was the words of Jesus, right? You have Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. No one knows who they are. Like, even if you look at biblical scholars, you go ahead.
Oh yeah. I get where you're going at, but but like for my thing is that I have a notes, like another page about about the corruption. When I had like another conversation with a Muslim, and this is like my biggest thing. Sorry, a little sick. But my issue with is that he told me the same thing, very similar. But the thing that he said was that the Torah is true, but not all of the Torah, what we consider the Torah, like the first 5 books, is that a real Torah, like, which is the uncorrupted Torah, right? But my issue is that because of the claim that that the Torah is corrupted, well, how do you know what parts are corrupted and what parts aren't? And if you don't know, like, for like granting the premise that let's say the Torah is corrupted, well, how do we know what parts of the Torah are corrupted and what parts aren't? Because there could be parts of the Torah that are corrupted that disagree with Islam, and that would be congruent with like Islam's teachings, right? That part was corrupted and therefore the Islam's true. But there could also be parts where like it can contradict, right? So there could be some parts of the Torah that could be true but go against the Quran, and vice versa. So because you like the claim that it's corrupted, there's no real way to verify in the Islamic corruption argument that I've heard. Like, how do you actually verify if the Torah actually goes against, like assuming that it's corrupted? How do we know that even if the corrupted Torah, the uncorrupted parts don't go against Islam, because we don't know what part's corrupted, what part's not? So I feel like it'd be like that's like my biggest gripe with it, I would have to say.
Yeah, that I wouldn't say the Torah is corrupted. I wouldn't say it's corrupted. I believe there's truth within it. There is truth within the Torah. The remnants that correlate within the Quran, because there's similarities between it. The way you find truth is the remnants that you find within the Quran that correlates with the Torah are true. are the parts that are true, right? So, because we can't, um, the stuff that they agree on, that they both agree on, because we as Muslims could say, there's truth within it, right? We
Sure.
share, we do share similarities. Then again, as a whole though, within the Torah, we have to, when you compare all three of these holy scriptures, right? And you compare them, and you do your due diligence, and you do your research, right? And you compare how they were all preserved individually, you could come up with the conclusion that three of these books, they weren't preserved the same way. Like I told you before, right? I wouldn't say the Torah is all corrupted as a whole. No, there is truth within it. There are certain remnants within the Torah that are true. Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree with that, right? Even within the Gospels, you can find truth within the Gospels too that all correlate with within the Quran too. Now we could have with the Quran, I have this presupposition that I believe that the Quran was because I did my research too, that it was the same Quran that you have today is the same Quran that was revealed to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. And that's that even you don't even have to go to Muslim scholars that talk about this. There are secular scholars that confirm the same thing. In fact, if you go to there's a Birmingham Quran, which is located in Birmingham. There's certain scholars who have what they call, they carbon date this Quran, and they date it back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. They have an actual artifact. It's called the Birmingham Quran. They have it in Birmingham, which isn't even a Muslim country. It's in Birmingham, right? You can see it there. They carbon date it, and they date it back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. And when you take that Quran and you compare it to today's Quran, it's the same exact book. Another Birmingham is it's in London, bro.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was in London.
Yeah, so it's in, yeah, bro. So if you go like out in London, you can see it. You can search up over there. And like another miraculous thing I could tell you about these three scriptures is that if you take all three of these scriptures, right? If you take every holy scripture in the world, you take the Torah, you take the Quran, you take the Gospels, you take the Hindu scriptures. If you take every holy scripture in the world, and let's say you were to burn all of them, or you were to throw them in the ocean, right? The only book that you're going to bring back letter by letter, right? Letter by letter, page by page, to its exact same version is going to be the Quran. Why is that? Because the Quran was preserved orally. It was an oral tradition, right?
Yeah.
So me being Afghan, right? I'm not a native Arab speaker. I don't speak Arabic, but when it comes to the Quran, I could read it front to back, no hesitation. And there's millions of people who have memorized this text. That way you can never be corrupted. And the God of the Quran talks about it, saying that this message will never be lost or corrupted because it's been preserved in people's hearts. People have memorized it. So if you go to any corner of the world, right, even in the US, to China, to Russia, to Africa, you'll have millions of people memorizing this book, and they can always bring it back to its original form. I can't say the same thing about the Torah, nor can I say the same thing about the Gospel. That's why we believe that this was the final revelation that was revealed by God. Because the people at the end, they perverted the scriptures, right? We believe that the Gospels today was something that was created by Paul. It was never the teachings of Jesus. In the Torah that we have today, we cannot.
I actually agree with you.
Yeah, so we believe Paul perverted. We do believe Paul perverted the Gospels, right? Because if you know about his history, but the early Christians were trying to kill him. They were trying to prosecute him because he came with a different message. So the earliest Christians, they try to kill him for preaching something different, right? And he claimed that he's seen Jesus on his way to Damascus, and we don't even know if he's seen Jesus or a demon. He claimed he's seen Jesus in a vision. right? So that right there is just iffy, right?
No, bro. I do
And
appreciate.
yeah, and then Torah. Go ahead.
Because you gave me the notes. I wrote them down. But I mean, I do appreciate it, bro.
Bro, I mean, I try to answer to the, I try to answer to the best of my ability, bro. If you really have, if you have a tough time connecting like with imams or scholars, bro, if you want, I could like give you my my socials or whatever. I could connect you with with a scholar that I know, and he could answer, like he could give you a clear cut answer on any questions you have, right? Because I don't have the answers to everything, but I know someone who's very knowledgeable. If you're really willing to study and actually like learn,
You know a
I
scholar?
could connect you with somebody.
Wait.
Yeah, I do.
Do you have a Discord?
There's plenty of them, bro. Yeah, I do. Let me see.
Or WhatsApp, whatever.
Is that the only thing you use?
Uh,
I have. You have Instagram?
Yeah, I have Instagram. I don't really. I
Yes.
hardly check my messages on.
I can give you my WhatsApp. I don't. You want my WhatsApp?
Yeah, WhatsApp's great.
I'll give you my number. Look, it's my number. You at Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So listen, bro. This is my number. Take it down. All right.
Okay.
I'm in New York. I could connect you with someone as soon as possible. Just shoot me a message, bro, whenever you want.
Gotcha. Listen. Oh, you typed.
All right, bro. Listen, it was a pleasure talking.
Wait, don't go yet. Let me type that before it goes.
Okay.
Because it will disappear on me.
What was your name, bro?
Michael. Yours?
What was your name?
Michael. Yours?
My name is Hamed.
Hamed?
Yeah, Michael. It was good. It was, yeah, Hamed, bro.
Bro,
How has your interactions been on here so far?
They've been interesting. I feel like I mainly only talked to men. Wait, let me type my name. I mainly only talked to men. I haven't really talked to Muslim women. They're just like, oh, you're not Muslim, and then they just like skip me. I was like, okay. But no.
Yeah, I think Omega was probably like the worst place to like gain knowledge from. But I'm glad I connected with you, bro. Listen, I seen your text message. I'm gonna respond back to you. I'm gonna connect you with someone as soon as possible. Okay.
All right, appreciate you, man. How it going, man?
Brother, I'm gonna.
What's good? Salam alaikum, bro. Bro looks so bad. What's good, bro?
Rate me out of 10.
Rate you out of 10? Get that side profile. Let's see it. Bro, you mogging the camera, bro. Good. Good like 7.8, 8.2.
Like, bro. Spot me.
Have a good one, bro.
Alright, assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Wait. Allah, salam. Welcome, salam. What's good, bro?
Yeah, nigga.
What's up, bro?
Oh man, I'm about to go to bed. How about you?
Gotcha.
Did you run into any streamers?
No streamers, bro. I'm waiting.
Huh?
No streamers yet, bro.
You will.
What's good, bro? Salam alaikum. What's good, bro?
Nigger.
What's good, bro?
What's good, nigger?
Nothing much. What's with the symbols, bro?
I like Hitler and shit, nigga.
Yeah, crap. We dealt with this dude for like an hour yesterday. He's the super Jew.
Are you a Jew?
Oh, I talked to y'all earlier?
Yeah, you're the super Jew.
Yeah, I'm a super Jew.
Yeah, it was way.
You don't like Hitler and shit, nigga?
No.
5 a.m. MST.
Nope.
You don't like
Somehow
Hitler and
I've
shit,
been-
nigga?
No, I do not.
Why?
Because he killed a lot of my people.
What do you think about the Jews?
I like them.
What's your race?
My race? Jewish.
You like the Jews?
I am Jewish.
You're Jewish.
Yeah.
From what part? Like, what kind of Jew are you? Are you an Orthodox Jew? Are you a Bolshevik?
No Jews are Bolshevik, but yeah.
Yo, Crow, look, it's the Jew from early.
But no, I mean,
You're just a fucking Jew nigger.
I'm Ashkenazi.
You're in the Eastern
You're
European convert.
okay. You're an Ashkenazi. Okay, so you're not even Israeli.
No, I'm not Israeli.
You're just one of those fake Jew
Well, you're not
niggers.
Hebrew.
You're just one of
You're
the
not
fake
Hebrew.
Jew niggers.
Israeli is your nationality, but not your ethnicity.
No. Israeli.
You're like
Hebrew is not your ethnicity.
You're not like the chosen people and shit. Christians are the chosen people and shit,
You're
nigga.
gonna let me speak? Thank you. But
No, I'm not gonna let you
No.
speak. I'm not gonna let a low IQ nigger speak over me.
immediately going to IQ shows that you don't have any, but I mean, that's like
No.
the game. Yeah.
I do have
That's a
my
projection if I've ever
IQ.
heard one.
Well, that's exactly how I said when you kept on calling me gay. I thought that was a projection, but apparently that one went over your head too.
I mean,
either way, you're
no,
a nigger.
he
Go
was
kill
just
yourself.
saying you talk.
Yeah.
Salam alaikum. That's good. Alrighty.
Fucking.
What's good, bro?
You're just lying too much, bro.
What's up?
What's good, dog?
Nothing much, bro.
What's good?
Salam alaikum. Ah, they leave. It's all good. I don't know what's with that guy. Okay. What's good, brother?
What's good?
You're a Christian?
Yeah.
Are you a Christian?
I'm there.
Yeah. Are you? A
Yeah.
Christian? Oh, nice. Are you just like here to meet other Christians? Or,
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. What's up?
It's good, bro. Is all you say is yeah?
Yeah, basically.
Type shit.
I have no other word in my vocabulary. Yeah.
Hey, at least you're honest, bro. That's all that
What,
matters.
what, yeah.
No
That's
shame.
all you gotta be.
That's right. Just keep up the positivity. And
Yeah,
that's
no
all there
shame.
is. That's all there is, brother. Have a good one, bro.
Yeah.
¿Qué pensarías tú? It's good, bro. What's good, bro? Do that. You like Trump, bro? What's good, bro?
Hello, yo, what's up, bro?
You like Israel?
What?
It's in your
Where you,
tag.
where you from?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I
America.
do, yeah. What about you?
America, yeah. No, I love Israel.
Are you Israeli?
Dual national, yeah.
So, were you born there?
I wasn't born there, but I have I have about half my family that was born there.
Okay, why do people say free Palestine, though? I'm confused.
Just because they want to see a nation called Palestine. Very much.
Is that good or bad? Oh, free Palestine.
Oh, okay. Nice. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing or a good thing.
We're not saying destroy Israel, we're just saying give the Palestinians equal rights.
Well, Palestinians do have equal rights in Israel proper.
No.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Again, they
Palestinian Arabs that live in Israel don't have bomb shelters. They classed as second or third class citizens if they're not Jewish.
They do have.
They live segregated. They have to drive separately.
That's not true. My bus driver in Israel, when I was in Israel, he was like one of the bus drivers in the youth trips. He drove a bus filled with a bunch of women, men, children, adults, Jews, Christians, Arabs, Muslims, Druze. It's not segregated at all. It's not like an apartheid. I've been to Israel. That's very friendly. Arabs, they do have bomb shelters. So like Israel builds like community bomb shelters. So like for everybody to run to, whenever there's like a missile strike. So you could just go run to the bomb.
And you do know in Palestinian villages, for a village of 33,000 people, there's one tiny shelter. How is everyone supposed to fit in there?
Again, that's not in the Israeli territory, so like that's not in Israel proper. So that's up to Area A, Palestinian Authority, to develop their bomb shelters, right? Because that's under the jurisdiction of the
Israel controls Palestine.
No, the Israel doesn't control the PA. It controls.
No, it's in
It controls Area B and C of the West Bank, but it doesn't control Area A.
No, it's in Israeli territory. Israel owns that. They're in charge of it.
What's the name of it?
I'm not sure, but I remember it was an Arab village in control of Israel. Where's Israel committing genocide?
No.
While they're doing self-defense?
Yeah, because genocide is under the Geneva Convention, right? In 1948, ratified in 1951. Genocide is basically.
But how come the
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But how come the International Criminal Court has arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
Yeah, so the International Criminal Court has arrest warrants for Xi Jinping.
Hello?
They have arrest warrants for Putin. They have arrest warrants for many political figures. That does, because you have a warrant for arrest doesn't mean that you're guilty. Again, many leaders who are all across the globe.
Did you just say just because you haven't? Did you just say because you have a warrant for arrest doesn't mean you're guilty?
Yes, it's called innocent until proven guilty.
Wait, is Israel committing war crimes?
No.
Wait, is Israel committing war crimes?
No.
But isn't it collective punishment a war crime?
No, it's not collective punishment because it's a war. It's urban warfare. Again, it's urban warfare.
Isn't white phosphorus on civilian areas
No.
a war crime?
White phosphorus is not actually a war crime. That's what many people get wrong. White phosphorus isn't a war crime. In fact, white phosphorus only becomes a war crime and used against highly densely populated civilian areas. But if you have evacuation zones first, and you
That's what I'm saying.
evacuation zones, and then Israel uses white phosphorus, that's completely illegal within the Geneva Convention, which Israel does and abides by.
It's not legal.
It is legal.
White phosphorus, you can't drop it on civilian populations.
I agree. You can't
It's
drop
not legal.
it directly on civilian populations, but if the civilians don't evacuate, and don't listen to the evacuation order, then there's nothing that.
But Gaza is an open air prison, so where are you supposed to evacuate to?
Gaza
In an open air
is
prison,
not
where are you
a
supposed to
open-air
evacuate to?
prison. Gaza's not. Again.
I mean, people can't enter or leave.
Well, yeah, because Egypt has closed the Rafah crossing. Egypt and no Arab country in the world will take Gazan refugees. The only country in the world that took refugees from Gaza.
But why?
is
But
France.
wait. Why should they take? Why should they take Gaza refugees though? Why should they take Gaza refugees?
Because it's the most densely Okay, again, every country that's in war has refugees.
Why is it the most densely populated area? Why?
Because it's a heavily densely populated area. Because Arabs like to breed.
Why is it? I'm asking though. Why? Why is it?
Because people like to fuck, and people like to fuck and breed and make
People what?
babies.
That still doesn't explain why it's the most densely populated area in the world.
It's not
Haven't
the
given
most
me a
densely
reason.
populated area in the world, but it's the most densely populated urban warfare in the world. Modern warfare, yeah, it's one of the most densely populated areas.
Why though? I'm asking you why.
Because Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th, 2023. And
But that doesn't still explain why it's the most urban area in the world. I'm asking you, can you give me a reason why it is?
Why? Because they just populate.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with October 7th.
No.
Oh, it was just like that to begin with, forever.
Yeah, it's just a densely populated area because of many factors. People moved there, people were born there, people have kids there. I mean, there's a number of reasons why a place can be densely populated. Like, why is New York densely populated, right? It's because people have kids.
Wait, were they living together though in peace and harmony? Like before 1948, before the Nakba?
No, people were not living in peace and harmony. You had the 1936 Jaffa riots where Arabs and Jews were killing each other. You had 1929, the Hebron massacre. Goes back all the way to 1517. So no, there was never peace in the land. There was never relative peace either. That's just a myth.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I mean.
So do you hate Muslims?
No, I'm actually.
You hate Muslims?
No, I actually like Muslims. I've actually been learning Islam from a lot of people on here, actually. A lot of people are very lovely. A lot of lovely Muslims who have been teaching me Islam. Taught me the 6 artifacts of faith, the 5 pillars. I've read some of the Quran with them on here. I'm actually about to get in touch with a Muslim scholar, to learn Islam. So I have a deep appreciation for religion. And I like this.
What was I gonna say? Do you hate Palestinians?
No, why would I hate Palestinians? In fact, growing up, the people who owned the local corner store right by me were Palestinian. And growing up, I was taught by my Palestinian neighbors in America, right, that the land was for both of us, right? there's not a future where Palestinians aren't on the land. There's not a future where Jews aren't on the land. So, I mean, it's the reality. Why would I hate my brothers?
Wait,
Well, many Palestinians.
where do your family live in Israel?
All
Where do your family live in Israel?
Oh, like Netanya.
Where do your family live in Israel?
Like Netanya.
Tel Aviv.
No, not Tel Aviv. Netanya.
Is that getting bombed?
No, not really. But
How come all of America's money goes to Israel?
it doesn't. In fact, we have more money that goes to Africa. We send $100 billion a year to Africa. We only send I think $16 billion to Israel, but that's in military contracts, and they're forced to buy only military weapons from. Yep, they don't like truth. Salam alaikum. It's good, bro.
Come see, Mike. All I got to do is the wording on the top. We'll look at it.
Alright, let's see.
Check it out. Almost done.
I've been schooling people.
Huh? Almost done. I mean, I could take a lot more time with it and do.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Thank you. I could take more time and do even more detail, but I'm not getting paid, you know?
I wouldn't mess with it. You got it perfect, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, there's way more detail I could put. I'm just tired.
I think it looks great, Mom.
Thank you. I just gotta do the Hebrew lettering on the top. I'm gonna do it real light as soon as I get a chance to find it. It should be done tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yay.
I was schooling this freaking Oh my god, you should have seen it, mother.
What happened?
There's this like
Don't tell me you were back with the Nazis.
oh no, I actually reported the Nazis. I got them banned off the platform.
Wait, you did what?
I got the Nazis banned off the platform.
Wait, you got a band off of what?
The platform.
Oh, so they can't get on,
No, they're banned. They're IP banned. I got them banned.
I sure hope they don't find your IP address.
Well, they can't because they're banned. Anyway, I love you, Mama.
Well, I'm glad you got them banned, because they were really nasty.
Oh, I know, they are.
They were really mean. I've never seen people just that hateful.
People
I've
are...
always known they existed.
Yep.
And I've experienced it on Facebook before. You know, like typing.
Been...
You actually hear them. You know?
Yeah, you can hear the insanity of them. But anyway, Mama, I'm about to continue talking to people. I love you, though.
Alright, bye.
I'm trying to make my content. I'm on a live stream right now.
Alright.
I'm going to talk to you in like 5 minutes.
Alright, well, I'm going to sleep soon, so talk
Alright.
to me soon.
I got you.
Talk to me tomorrow.
Alright, love you.
Love you.
Alrighty. Let's see. I don't know why I didn't get through. Bro, what's good, bro? Damn, we had literally like 5 of the same tags and bro skips. That's insane. Salam alaikum. Alright, let's find some people. Salam alaikum. Oh wait, you're not. I'm just so used to talking to Muslims, yeah. I've gotten freaking used to talking to the Muslims. I kind of like it as a greeting. What's good, bro? You there?
How's it going? Do you have any tags on? I can never tell, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you do. Okay. Do you like Trump?
Yeah, I love Trump. You?
Why do you like Trump?
Multitude of reasons.
What? No, I'm not a big Trump fan.
Oh, okay, I got you. I like Trump for the
Such as?
immigration policy, the foreign policy, domestic policy. I think he's like so slow with especially with economics, but not too happy with him in that. But it just depends, on the given area.
Oh, you're not too happy with him on that?
No. I also don't like the big, beautiful
but you
bill.
overall like him, you said?
I overall like him. I don't necessarily like the big, beautiful bill.
Wait, you do like him, or?
I do like him, but I don't necessarily agree with everything. Right?
But you.
I'm not MAGA, but I do like Trump.
Bro, holy lad.
Sorry.
Okay. Wow.
Does that make sense?
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Are you?
Dude, I don't know if we're gonna be able to have a conversation. This is this is ridiculous. Well, I'm not a big Trump fan at all. I really kind of hate the guy.
Wow.
For me, it's. For one, I really don't like his immigration talk. Not a big fan of that personally, or the rape or misogyny, the pedophilia. I don't like that he's like a shitty businessman. I don't like that he's super rich and inherited all his wealth from his parents. I don't really like the contradictions. Him saying something and then going back on it one election cycle later, I guess technically, one, because that's what's going to line better with his voting. With his voters. I don't like the pandering. I don't like how he's power hungry, like ridiculously power hungry. And I'm not saying that these are all qualities specific to him necessarily. I think the combination is definitely unique, but I think you're going to find that in most politicians.
Yeah.
But I also think he is kind of uniquely evil because he has the full combination.
I definitely don't see Trump as evil at all. And somebody actually asked me earlier. It's like, would you rather a good president or a bad president, in character? And I told this person, it's like, I don't really care about the outcome. I care about the results. So, for example, you have people like Jimmy Carter, who are some of the greatest of people, great man. But he was
wait, that's the same thing.
But he was one of the.
Hold on, you just said you don't care about the outcome. You care about the results.
No,
that's literally the same thing.
No, I said I don't care about.
Hold on. You don't care about the outcome. You just care about the results.
No. I don't care about the character.
Good God, bro, you're floundering already.
No, I said I didn't say that again. I said I don't care.
Oh.
I said I don't care about the character.
No,
I care about the
no,
outcome,
that's exactly what you
the
said.
results. I care about the outcome of the results. That's what I said, right?
Okay, glad we got that cleared up.
Yeah, don't.
No, first of all, that's not what you said. Also, the outcome. I mean, this isn't even a political point. I'm just cherry picking at this point. But the outcome of the results doesn't mean anything.
Again, I wasn't even able to finish my point.
You're just those are two interchangeable words. But let's move on.
Sure, you're being nitpicky just to be disingenuous. But again, let me just finish my point. Anyway,
How am I being disingenuous?
Because I let you make your claim, and then you're immediately cherry picking, saying something that I didn't say, right? But again, it's irrelevant. Just let me make the point.
No, I mean, no, you did say it.
No, I didn't. I'm on a stream. I could literally go and fact check it. But
yeah, you did.
But again, we have it clarified.
Yeah, do it. Please do.
Again, it's clarified now. So.
Well, I don't need clarification because I was here listening to it. You did say it.
Whatever, bro. Let me just continue my point. Sure. I'm like small, bro. You're not gonna be able to find me.
Dude, no, wait, what's the name of the stream? For Ike. Yeah, no, I'm not able to find you. Oh, here, let's see. Okay, well, you know, what the hell? This is stupid.
Yeah, that's my Discord.
Oh, okay. Ike's Discord.
Yeah. Don't worry about my YouTube, bro. My YouTube's like
Yahoo. What the? Oh, yeah, you are a Jewish.
Yeah.
50 subscribers. Good. You know, I was talking to a big guy. Oh, look, I can see myself on your stream right now.
Yeah.
One watching. Damn, bro.
That's all good, bro. It's a shitty setup. I got a shitty PC. I can't lie.
Oh, that's trippy. I can hear myself talking in the past on your stream. That's gross. Okay, sorry. Anyway, you were saying?
Yeah.
We got kind of off topic there.
Did you add me on Discord or no?
Fuck no. Did you not see my chat?
Oh, you said kidding afterwards. I figured you had it. No, all good, bro.
Oh, no. I was just saying that because people usually get pissed when I insult them for some reason. Yeah, no, but I don't have Discord because, once again, I'm not a dweeb.
Fair enough. I don't really usually use it, but when I'm on Unmingle, I prefer to give people my Discord for probably good reason, which you could probably understand.
Holy fuck. Hashtag Israel, hashtag Zionism. Good lord, brother. Come on now. What? Can't get caught being a Zionist in the Big 26. Sorry, Grand 26.
I'm a Zionist. Proud Zionist.
That's rough, man. That's rough.
It's not rough. Why wouldn't I
I don't
not
know.
believe
I
that
just
my people have a
usually,
right to have a
and look, I'm not going to pretend that Hamas is like some fucking like tailed, amazing group, but I mean, at this point, you're just promoting child murder. It's kind of not really cool. Either side is promoting child murder. If you're a staunch Zionist or if you're a staunch fucking Palestinianist, Hamasinist, either way, it's bad.
Again, Zionists are just somebody who believes that Israel has the right to exist. That's it. So if you believe that Israel has the right to exist as a nation state, like how France has the right to be a nation state, then you're a Zionist, right? You're probably a Zionist, definitionally.
Well, it's not exactly the same as France, is it?
It is. It's a nation state.
I mean, I'm honestly not the biggest fan of Israel.
Do you think that Jordan has the right to exist?
No, but it's not fucking Jesus Christ. France didn't recently.
Again. Do you think Jordan?
France, you could call it white people, didn't
Jordan. Do you think
recently barge into France and just kill a bunch of native people
I have a question.
and like slime out?
Do you think Jordan has the right to exist?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Jordan has the right to exist.
Fuck off, Jesus Christ, not you.
No, okay. That's alright, bro. I agree.
Jordan has the right to exist. I mean, I don't really know the history behind Jordan too well.
Was created in
but,
1946.
As far as I know,
and people don't question its right to exist, but people somehow question the
sure,
only
but
Jewish country on the earth, right?
Well, and like I said, I don't know too much about the history, and I could be totally wrong. But when you say Jordan was created, a lot of people that lived there, Germany. So I would say that a lot of those countries not that they don't have the right to exist, but I think it would definitely be better if we changed them up and drew them so that the cultures lined up better, so it wasn't just constant fighting and death, which I think is basically what's just So, and then basically, and then, kicked a bunch of people who already lived there out. I don't think that's what happened with Jordan.
Well, somewhat. They did expel people. The Hashemite kingdom did, but yeah, by the way, because I know you're listening to the stream right now, the Mizrahi Jews from the Middle East were expelled by all Middle Eastern nations, right? Like in Iraq, the Farhud in 1941 that kicked out Jews. They got kicked out Jews in Yemen, all over the world. So the idea that Israel is a unique sole proprietor of expelling people from the land is just a misnomer. And then on top of that, not only is it a misnomer, Israel actually didn't expel anybody. In fact, the Arabs told the Jews, right? Well, told the Arabs invading Israel, told the Arabs inside of Israel that you should flee now because we're going to go destroy your nation. So that's kind of where that comes from. So that's why you have 300,000 Palestinians. Well, they weren't Palestinians because Palestinian is a coined term in 1964. That's why you have 300,000 Arabs leave the state of Israel in 1948. And when they leave Israel in 1948, they were told and promised by the Arab armies that once we destroy the state of Israel, you can go move back and we'll be fine. And then Israel won miraculously. So, right, the idea that it's somehow Israel's fault for winning a war, and the Arabs telling other Arabs to move is just a ridiculous notion. What's good, bro? What's good?
Like 12. What's up, man?
Nothing much, bro. What about you?
How you doing on this fine day with the
Dude.
Israel tag? What do you think about Israel?
I love Israel, bro. Yeah.
I had a friend named Israel, and he betrayed me. So I think
Shit.
the country's gonna do the same.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I can't really tell you much after that. Like, shit. That's low-key valid. A valid take.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Honestly,
What were you gonna tell me if I didn't say that?
shit. I mean, the usual pro-Pally arguments are, like, pretty ass, so, like, I could usually get around that. But, I mean, that's actually the best argument I've ever heard all day.
I'm not really pro Pally either. I'm more like a let's not violate the Geneva Convention. Let's not commit war crimes.
What war crimes do you think Israel's
Type of guy. Well, they're obviously, and I know every single fucking liberal will come in here and say they're bombing hospitals and killing children, but they are bombing hospitals, but they also are claiming, but these hospitals were refuges for Hamas terrorists.
That's been proven, yeah.
When it's proven that some of them, a decent amount of them weren't. There was probably maybe like one.
No, if they
where
weren't,
they were
had
hiding in
hostages.
hospital.
They had hostages.
Most likely healing up their fucking. Yeah, maybe in one hospital.
Sorry,
Only one is really proven to have Hamas terrorists in it. The other ones that have been bombed. No, you're fine. The other ones that have been bombed are just killing like patients, children, newborn babies in the NICU.
So, what would you classify the war crime as?
They are straight up. I think they're just they're killing civilians. They're killing straight civilians. And I get maybe some collateral. There could be in the fog of war. There is collateral damage. But this amount of collateral damage doesn't add up.
So this is actually it does add up pretty well actually. So this is the most modern urban warfare in human history, the most densely populated urban warfare ever in human history. Also, it's one of the only wars in recent like human history since World War II where the enemy, right, the adversary, like the country fighting Hamas, right, Israel, actually feeds their enemy. And almost every single conflict and every single war in human history, the country who was at war with another country never provided humanitarian.
You also
aid
see
to
that.
anyone.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So that's just like something very unique that Israel does. So it's a very big double standard how every single other country, when conducting warfare, doesn't have to provide humanitarian aid to.
Dude, that's just not true, man.
That is true. Did you know that like Japanese after World War II, after we dropped 2 atomic bombs, we didn't give Japan food to cover their famine crisis until they formally surrendered. Right, so we didn't. And Japan was
The Allied forces. The Allied forces did do that.
Yeah, but Japan was having a famine before.
I know you're delayed and you can't hear me right away, but the Allied forces did give food to the Axis forces.
I would have to see proof of that, but again, like it still doesn't take away the point that, like, specifically with Japan.
Search it up. Search it on Google.
Did allies give
Yeah, well, Japan was a part of the Axis forces.
food during
Humanitarian aid.
I keep on hitting. Oh, there we go. All. Two. No, it doesn't appear to be anything from IC.
From IC, what do you mean, in character?
No, just like looking up the resources. I don't see
IC.
I don't see any websites that like suggest that at all. I see like Reddit and like Quora are the first two things that come up, but
Are you looking?
no real sources.
Are you looking this up on Google or ChatGPT?
Google.
Are you looking at Google Gemini response, or are you looking at the links that are
The
popping up?
links, the links, yeah. Just the links, not the AI overview. Just the links. Nothing that doesn't seem like there's anything.
Go on some of the links. Read the articles. Don't read the entire article, obviously. You can search for keywords.
Yeah, so this is the
But I'm
first
telling you, there's multiple instances. Yeah.
Britain imposed a food blockade on Germany. It just talks about food blockades and them blocking food for one another. It doesn't really talk about them giving food. It actually talks about them blocking food during the war.
Yeah.
And like transports of food to.
Okay, we'll just go back. We can go back to Israel.
Yeah.
And yet, you could say, yeah, they're feeding their enemy.
Yeah.
But they're also shooting the children who try to get the food.
That's not true. So what happens is that the evacuation zones.
And that's proven and documented. That's literally I literally saw a video.
Again, just
Not
because
even
you see
like
a video. I
some
saw-
bullshit that I saw on fucking Facebook.
Dude, I saw
Shitty
a video
Facebook
of
links.
like Gazans and like the snow, but there's no snow in Gaza, and they had like 6 fingers. I mean, the propaganda that comes from Hollywood is actually like atrocious. and
Okay, but
insane.
I'm seeing, yeah. I've seen a lot of AI videos. I've seen a lot of bullshit that is fake. Yes, I've seen a video where it shows an IDF soldier just fucking blowing the heads off of civilians, right? And that shit was fake. It was AI. It was obviously propaganda.
So why don't we
I
go
know the
with,
difference between propaganda and a real video,
Okay, that's
and I know
fair.
how to check if a video
I think we should go with like
is
videos,
AI.
like verified.
So I have seen a video where
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. The video. I didn't hear that. The delay.
what to you is real and verified.
Wait. Sorry. Just can you talk about the video?
The video
Because I didn't
that-
mean to cut you off because it's just the delay.
The video that was proven, you're good. It's a delay. That was proven to not be AI, not to be fucking fucking fixed. Whatever the fuck the word is, fixed. This is a video of a humanitarian aid truck coming from Israel, not from some third party, from Israel to the citizens, and citizens, women, children, some men are going to this truck, and the children, women, doesn't matter, they are being shot.
Okay. So again, you have to like understand, like when you see this video, was there a Hamas member there who shot in the crowd and then it started gunfire, right? Like what happened here, right? And there has to be an investigative report into it.
Not that Not that I see.
Well, there definitely is. The IDF.
I didn't see.
The IDF does.
I didn't see any weapons. I didn't see here.
The IDF does intensive investigative reports. In fact, the IDF has already imprisoned soldiers who committed like very atrocious acts, right? So the same thing with the American military. If an American military member or an Israeli military member or any military member of like a Western nation does something completely like atrocious,
Commits a crime, they will, yes.
they get punished. So you can't blame the entirety of an army for an action of one man. Right, or one event, and then we also don't have the context of this.
I mean, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that I did see this video, and this video is real.
Sure.
Okay,
what's the
and I'm not
context behind
saying
it?
that
Do you have,
every single Israeli military member is just like the guy that shot the people in this video. I'm just saying that it does happen. It does happen, and it has happened. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the entire military is doing it.
Sure, like let's say I give you the benefit.
Just like the Vietnam War,
Well,
there was a lot of U.S. military members who were raping and killing innocent Vietnamese women, children,
I love this.
in fucking farms.
Did you know that there's a report that came out actually by because this pro-Palestinian group was trying to do something, and they were basically trying to show like Israel and like okay, so I know you know this. Whenever war happens, rape like happens at an increased rate during wartime, right? But there was a study. Shit, I wish I could find it right now. There was a study where actually Israel has the lowest rate of sexual assault during war times ever. Like ever recorded in like postmodern history. It's actually insane. Like how what this says. I gotta find it.
Yeah, like how are they gonna report the rape when they're dead?
That happened like all the time. So like for October 7th, right? When Hamas went in, we know exactly how many rapes happened.
It did. Yes, it did happen all the time.
Right, so we know the exact number that happened during October 7th. So I mean, obviously it's not perfect, and that's the thing about this war is that, you know, death tolls aren't perfect. Who's terrorist, who's civilian isn't perfect. There's really no way to verify anything. And
It's like you said. It's the first urban war in human history. It's the first war like this in human history.
100%.
Like, it's way different than any other war that's ever happened.
And then the
There's
worst part is that
a lot of shit
Israel
going on.
gets rid of Hamas, right? But then Hamas uses like civilian clothing, and they re-infiltrate safe zones. So basically, they'll eliminate Hamas in one area. The Hamas remnants will basically go sneak into a safe zone, and they have to constantly move the people again to another safe zone to kill whatever Hamas members are left over. And it's just a giant like shit show. And then that's why like all these...
And that's what I said earlier. That's bound to happen, especially during guerrilla warfare. And there's the fog of war. Like, they're sneaking into these safe zones, and they're firing upon the military or doing whatever, and some civilians do get killed. There is civilian casualties in the fog of war, yes. But when it comes to perfectly aimed and directed ballistic missiles and drone strikes, these are very perfectly aimed and calculated.
Drone
Like,
strikes against who?
and there's still massive collateral damage.
Oh, I can explain that. So the reason why you see...
What they say, Hamas.
No, it's I like the massive collateral damage of Gaza is actually really explainable. So what happens is that Hamas has the world's largest like tunnel.
There's more collateral damage in Gaza.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. If you were saying something, I just heard you just now.
There's more collateral damage, and you're good. Sorry, I'm also interrupting you, but
okay.
because the delay, like you're silent to me, and so I speak. But there's more collateral damage in Gaza, than there is when for example, the Hamas terrorists sneak into a safe group, pose as citizens, and then begin to wreak havoc.
So
there is some collateral damage, yes, but not as much as there is in Gaza, and it just looks it just looks bad.
Oh,
like the perception of it is bad.
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from with like perception.
To give them the benefit of the doubt, the perception is terrible.
Yeah, I will admit the perception is terrible, but when we're talking about like the actual like logistical reality of this war, Hamas has the world's largest terror tunnel network, and because of this, Israel can't send their soldiers into the tunnels because then their soldiers are just going to get killed. They can't flood the tunnels because the way how the soil works in the Middle East, or like that area, it doesn't do anything. You can't flood them out because you also don't want to. They also didn't want to kill their hostages, right? So they couldn't flood the tunnels. They couldn't go into the tunnels. They couldn't really find the tunnels. The only safe thing they could do was basically to send these drones, right? And basically send these drones, go into the terror tunnel networks, and then blow it up and collapse it from the inside. And that's why you see when Israel blows up the terror tunnels underneath the infrastructure, because they had terror tunnels under their hospitals, under their schools, under everything, even their skyscrapers. So when you see Israel blow up their terror tunnel network, which is how they're fighting the war, all the infrastructure on top collapses and caves in, which is why you see like the devastating look of like Gaza being like completely eviscerated. But it's really not because it's like so much death and carnage, rather it's
which
more just
that may be true.
Blowing up the tunnels internally.
That is true. That is true, and that's exactly what you see in a lot of the videos. But then there is also videos and like proof. Like I don't want to just say, oh, there's videos of this, there's videos of that. There's like documented proof that yes, they're blowing up the fucking tunnels, and obviously, like I said earlier, there's going to be collateral damage because of the landscape, etc. I'm talking about solely the targeted drone strikes / missiles that are hitting from above, not trying to destroy a tunnel. They're hitting a building, and they're destroying a hospital. Or something.
I can explain
where
this.
there is in some of the like maybe 2 of the hospitals.
It's actually every hospital.
There is Hamas terrorists.
It's every hospital.
But
the reason why is that the reason why it's
every
hospital
every single hospital in the entire area.
Yeah, pretty much. The reason why is because they know that in the Geneva Convention, it looks bad every time Israel hits a hospital or a school. So actually, Hamas purposely hides all their weapons, all their ammo, all their extra personnel in these areas just to give negative PR to Israel. In fact, Hamas doesn't have military bases. Hamas's military bases are the hospitals, are the schools, right? Are the things that are illegal for the Geneva Convention.
They're guerrilla fighters.
Exactly. So that's why. But also when it comes to the knocker bombs, Israel doesn't want to have like a Stalingrad. So like what happened in Stalingrad.
That's also why.
Yeah, like people were like fighting in
Israel,
like skyscrapers and stuff, right? And Stalingrad and snipers.
Israel needs. So they need to
bomb shit out of the buildings. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
They need to find they need to find a way around it, just like I'll just say like the U.S. did not drop an atomic bomb on the Vietnamese. The U.S. lost that war. They did not drop an atomic bomb on them. They tried to fight them. They were trying to find a way around that. My personal opinion, Israel needs to find a way around to fighting these terrorists that's not just exploding an entire building because some terrorists are in there, because there's also some babies, there's also some women, there's also some children. Yes, the collateral damage to them seems like it's some people, some lives lost, but it's better for the many because all these terrorists are dead.
Let me explain this.
At the end of the day, there's still a lot of lives lost.
So yeah, let me explain this about the buildings, right? The people inside the
like,
buildings.
do you think the U.S. let's say the U.S. went to war in or the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. The U.S. wasn't fucking straight just blowing up these buildings with people in them. They weren't blowing up cities and town with people in them. They were sending Marines, boots on the ground,
But again,
to extract or kill terrorists.
However, Afghanistan isn't like Iranian like IRGC proxy, which they fight completely differently than the Afghanis, right? The Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis in Iran fight all very similarly, but Afghan and Pakistan fight very differently. So, but also again to answer the question of like the buildings, right? When it comes to the buildings with Israel, I don't know if you know this, but Israel sends emails, text messages, they send paper flyers, they send alarms and buzzes on your phones and notifications. They also send a knocker bomb, which doesn't destroy the building, but shakes the buildings to know that you have 30 minutes to get out of the building, and then they demolish it. So Israel
And also
gives
explosive pagers.
Yeah, so Israel basically gives over 6 to 10 different warnings before they blow up a single building, right? It's
Pagers
actually insane.
that were given to military personnel, or not military, terrorists and doctors.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd be surprised. It's actually insane how many warnings Israel gives before blowing up one building. You've never seen this in human history or in any warfare where one nation would do this many civilian safety precautions, right? It's actually insane. It's unparalleled, never seen before in human history. But yet people want to criticize and call Israel immoral.
Yeah, it's never happened before. It's never happened before because it's crazy to see because it's never happened before. And the fact that they give all these warnings is great. But the people in these hospitals that are working in these hospitals, you can't leave a hospital with a baby who's in the NICU. You can't leave the hospital with a person
I agree that's
who needs the
tragic,
hospital to survive.
But under the Geneva Convention, if they have weapons and it's proven and you verified it, you are allowed to legally attack the hospital, whether there are good civilians in there or not. If there are Hamas members in it.
But do you really think that they're
the Geneva Convention.
proving this beyond a reasonable doubt every single time?
Yes, actually they do, because whenever Israel gets accused of bombing a random hospital and like an innocent hospital, what happens is that the IDF launches a report immediately afterwards, and then they basically go into the tunnel and they basically find all the weapons and ammo and the food and the dead soldiers underneath the hospital after they get into the ground. And every time there's always evidence. It's actually mind-boggling. They're very consistent. They're a very great army too. Like, don't get me wrong, the IDF is a very great army. But again, also their main issue is that Israel could give 10 warnings.
And I'm not saying that you're inherently wrong, and I'm not saying.
Oh, sorry. Let me finish this one point. Israel could give 10 warnings, but the issue is that even if these people try to leave the building,
this is very anecdotal.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I know what you're saying. If they try to leave the buildings, Hamas will stop them or use them as hostages in the buildings, because obviously they need those people that die, so the news reports make Israel look more bad.
Yeah, also the Palestinian people view that type of death. Some view it as martyrdom. Which is also another reason why the civilian casualty rates are really high, because a lot of Palestinian mothers, like inside of Gaza, if their child dies, that's a good thing for the cause.
A lot of the civilians. Yeah, a lot of the civilians, they do support Hamas because in their eyes, Hamas is fighting for them and their freedom, which obviously terrorists and terrorist attacks are fucking terrible and evil. In those people's eyes, that's their freedom fighters, whatever the fuck it may be.
Well, just because
so they're willing to sacrifice themselves and or their children for.
But I get what you mean.
And that doesn't or what was I saying? Like when Israel bombs them, and kills those martyrs, it makes them look very bad. But those are the fog of war casualties that are justified that I see because they are dying. They're still dying for that cause.
And that's the thing is that,
But
unfortunately, this
I'm
is
saying,
just
like,
a
if you look
war.
at it from the eyes of one of those doctors in the hospital
Yeah.
that isn't supporting Hamas, but they're doing their job and they want to save these babies and or children or ill people in this hospital, and they put these warnings out to leave the hospital, and they're like, I can't leave the hospital without these people dying.
And
So it's on their shoulders that if they leave them here, they're gonna die.
you know, I
So they
do have
stay
sympathy for
and
them.
try to help these people, and they die along with these people.
Yeah, so I definitely have sympathy for these people. I 100% do. But again,
That is the bad.
If we were to attack, let's say the United States were to attack China, and then China were to then whip our ass, and then a lot of us were to die, is China at fault for our deaths, or is it the government that we elected that sent us to war against China, right? And again, Hamas is solely responsible and at fault for everything that happened. If they never would have committed October 7th, this never would have happened. Israel was gone in 2005. But, you know, I think before I finish with the point, I think Golda Meir says this very beautifully.
Well-
she says, peace will come
Well,
when the Arabs
this-
will love their
this-
children more than
sorry.
they hate us. Right? You there?
That's a good point. Because, like we had said before, these people are willing to sacrifice themselves and their children for this cause. That would inherently mean that they hate them more than they love their children. For the Hamas, not Hamas, but the Palestinian people side. If they loved their children more than they hated Israel, they would not stay in these cities and be bombed and killed. Right?
100%.
But that also goes for the Israeli side. If they loved their children more and they wouldn't send them to war to attack and kill these people. Not only that,
They don't want to.
they would.
But their people were raped,
And I wanted
slaughtered,
to,
and
I
they
wanted
had
to
go and
like
save them.
string back.
Yeah.
I wanted to string like all the way back to before the war, and like to the start of it all. Obviously, World War II, all that shit. A lot of Jews are moved into the Holy Land, where the Jews, the Christians, and the Arabs, they like all have some sort of like connection to that area. So they're moved to that area. They're given their land. They're living together in harmony and peace. The Muslims and the Israelis.
Not at all.
And somewhere along the line, not like
harmony.
complete harmony,
No, very
but you know,
opposite
like
of
they're
harmony.
they're
was actually
existing,
horrible. It's always-
somewhat coexisting together.
Not even really.
Not harmony.
It was always
Like
bloody.
coexisting together.
It was always bloody.
Then
man.
it starts to get horrible.
No, it was bad even
The
before
Israelis,
the creation of Israel.
the Jewish people, they control the state, and a lot of fighting, and the Muslims and all the people of that country were treated very poorly. They were treated almost like way back then, black people in the United States, but a little like that, but a little bit worse. Not slavery, but segregation
In the land of
type of
Israel?
time.
You're
They're
saying
treated
you're saying that
like
Arabs were treated-
second-class citizens.
Wait, you're saying Arabs were treated as second-class citizens in Israel in 1948?
Yeah, around that time.
That's completely wrong.
Arabs were treated by
No, it's
by
actually the
Jews
very
and
opposite. No,
Israeli.
It's 100% the opposite. So in 1940,
You think that's completely wrong?
It's 100% wrong, and I'll explain. So if we go to 1945 to 1947,
But I'm comparing it.
Wait,
I'm
wait.
comparing it to. I'm comparing it to the United States.
It's not even comparable. It's
where
not even.
where
It's
black people were treated
Not even.
with such animosity, but there was also
Not
there
not
was
even.
also pushback, and black
There
people treated
wasn't.
white people
Not even close.
terribly as well.
The reason why I say this, it's not even comparable, is because one, you have the groups wrong. So, for example, the British and the Arabs between 1945 and 1947 were preventing Jewish immigration to Palestine. Not only were they preventing Jewish immigration to Palestine, they were also de-arming the Zionists and the Jews and arming the Arabs and siding with the Arabs and fucking over the Jews, which then caused like all these like massacres against the Jewish people, and even in anti-Zionist communities, Jews were being slaughtered.
Because why?
Because they just hate Jews.
Why were they doing that?
Well, why were they doing it? Because the British were trying to appease the Arabs because they wanted oil.
No.
And the reason why they wanted oil is because they basically lost their empire because their empire was fracturing after World War II, and they needed their
They wanted
economy.
oil.
So they
And-
basically appeased the Arabs over the Jews, and that's why they were de-arming the Jews.
They needed the oil, the resource, the economics, and they also they had to move these people, these mass amounts of people somewhere.
They were in Cyprus, actually.
They had to put them somewhere.
They were in Cyprus between 1945 and
So-
1947. Majority of them
Now I lost my train of thought.
were in Cyprus, by the way. That was actually a refugee camp for Holocaust survivors were in Cyprus. So it was actually
The reason I'm comparing it as well is because there was a lot of Arabs that welcomed them and invited them into the country, and there was a lot of Arabs that treated them like shit and didn't want them in the country.
100%.
Just like the United States. Just like with the whites and the blacks. There was a lot of whites that wanted them, and there's a lot that didn't.
Sure, I can understand where you're coming from, but it's not really along
And
the
then
lines of segregation.
it became a whole segregational, like issue
No,
where
it wasn't really
these two races are trying to coexist together, but they're both treating each other like shit.
No, it's a little bit more complicated than that, actually.
It wasn't the water fountains and the bathrooms and
it's a-
different schools and different.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like they were put there together, and they both on each side treated the other like shit.
No, not quite. It was
They didn't
actually
love thy neighbor as they
way-
would love theirself.
It was way
They
more
both
murky. It was
were like
actually
spitting on each other,
way more murky.
saying, "Oh, he's a Jew."
No, the reason why, I don't mean to cut you off, but the reason why it was way more murky than this is because you had.
But
you
you
had
agree there
Jews-
was a lot of animosity.
There was a lot of animosity, but it wasn't as simple, like straightforward as you think, right? There were some Jews who actually, most Jews hated the British, but there was actually a lot of Arabs who also hated the British and got along with the Jews, and there was also Arabs who hated the Jews but also hated the British. There was Arabs who liked the British, hated the Jews. There were Arabs who hated other Arabs and liked the Jews, but still hated the British, or like it was like vice versa. It was really because you have to think that Arabs are not like a collective unity. The Middle East are like tribes, so they're like clans, right? So each clan is like their own distinct area.
Yeah, no.
thing.
No,
So the
yeah.
thing is that even the other
Yeah.
clans of Arabs didn't get along with other Arabs.
There's a lot of different
So-
groups that are doing different things.
Yeah, so it wasn't like all Arabs hated all Jews and all Jews hated all Arabs. In fact, it was a lot more mixed and a lot more fucked up. It was a lot more murky. Like, it's not as simple as like straightforward as like U.S. comparison. Like, I get where you're coming from with that comparison.
Like I said,
It's just
some
like-
invited them, some said "fuck you" to them, basically.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I get where you're
But
coming.
my
with the
point I'm
US.
trying to get is there was all that on animosity and fighting between the two, and obviously there was I'm actually not exactly sure, but the way I would think there was a Jewish minority that took over the state,
So
or there was other interference that the Jews ended up taking over the state of Israel.
did you know that 100?
If you want to fact check me or
Yeah, so
clarify
yes,
that point.
I got you. So 150,000 Jews lived in Jerusalem before Israel was a state, right? Before the state of Israel, you had over 150,000 Jews. Then during 1948, between 1941 actually,
Yes.
you had the Farhud in Iraq where they kicked out the Iraqi Jews. So you had tens of thousands, maybe over 100,000 of Iraqi Jews who fled, and then you had the Farhud and like this great expulsion of Middle Eastern Mizrahi Jews. So you actually had 800,000 Mizrahi Jews who came to Israel between 1941
Expulsion.
and
Who
1946.
exposed who? Who
The
exposed?
Arabs. The Arabs. The Arabs.
From where?
From Yemen, Syria, Lebanon,
The Arabs of what?
Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all the Arab countries in the entire
Exposed
Middle
them.
East. They expelled Jewish communities that have existed longer
Yes.
than Islam.
Yes.
And then they all went to Israel between 1941 and 1948 before even Israel was a state, right? So you already have like nearly 1 million Mizrahi Jews that live there, like 1 million refugees of Holocaust survivors, and then even more Jew, like the whole Jewish world is basically all at Israel because they got kicked out from the entire world, right? And that's kind of the thing, is that it's not necessarily like the Jewish population was like so much
Which is
less
where they
than
belong.
Arabs. Yeah, 100%. But even then, at the time, the Jewish population, you know, they had immigration stemming back from like the early 1800s with
There was a lot.
Zionism.
A big Jewish population.
Yeah. In fact, the majority of Tel Aviv was actually founded by Jews.
A big Arab population.
Yep.
The point I'm really trying to get. The point I'm really trying to get is there was a lot of animosity between the two, right? Jews ended up controlling the government, not like in the racist term, like they're controlling the United States government. I'm talking about the Israeli government.
Well, I would hope so.
Most of the Israeli government is Jewish, yes. So they do control the country at this point in time.
Yeah.
They do control the country of Israel at
I
this
agree.
point in time.
I agree.
And what they do want is a Jewish state of Israel. Which on them, they want that. That's their country. That's what they want. But obviously there's the Arab population that's in the country, and they want to fight that because they don't want to be like I don't know the word, but they don't want to be
Well, here,
ostracized. I don't think that's the word, but
here's the thing.
by the Israeli Jews population.
My thing is that ethno-states aren't necessarily a bad thing.
And so they are doing this terrorist acts, this guerrilla warfare, freedom fighting, like America did to the British.
Yeah.
They are trying to fight for what they believe in, which maybe they are doing it the wrong way because they're taking hostages. They're breaking the Geneva Convention themselves because they are terrorists.
Well, that's
And
the thing. Even in
Israel is
Hamas
breaking
charter-
it by trying to get rid of them,
My
or
thing
by
is
the way they're trying to get rid of them at the
Yeah.
same time.
My thing is that the Palestinians, they've been offered a deal 5 times to have a state.
What I'm trying to say at
and
the
they
end of the
rejected
day,
it 5 times.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. I thought you were done speaking, and then you caught up again.
Yeah, sorry, I hit my vape, so the delay is fried. But yes, they were offered a deal 5 different times, and they declined 5 different times. But I look at it like the King of England would offer the United States a deal this many times. They still said fucking no. He probably didn't even do that. He never even did that. But I'm just trying to put it in the perspective of my shoes, put myself in their shoes.
But
Like if it
Israel
was
accepted
America,
every single deal that was
like
given
no,
to
we're not
them
taking
by
that
the
fucking
British.
deal. We're not taking that fucking deal. We're Yeah. But these people are thinking themselves as freedom fighters for what they think is right.
That's true.
And
I
that's
definitely agree with you right there.
that's what it boils down to, and there's obviously going to be a big war about it because they're not going to be able to give them a deal that they're going to be happy with.
That's true. I think, honestly, I was talking to a Lebanese Christian earlier, and we both agreed that
Israel wants it all, and they want it all.
100%. But honestly, the world will be a better place without the Islamic Republic of Iran. A free Iran would be a greater Middle East. No Hezbollah, no Hamas, no Houthis. The world will be a very safer place, and the Middle East would have actual peace. So, at the end of the day, you might not like necessarily the extreme actions that Israel might be taking, but it is for the future. It is for the betterment of like mankind. At the end of the day, there will be longer peace in the Middle East without Iranian terror proxies.
And I see the betterment of peace, what is right by Israel, why they're doing the things that they do, and I could look past the, like we talked about, the bombings of quote unquote hospitals and stuff, because that I can see that is fog of war and there is terrorists hiding in those hospitals. But what I also see is the perspective of those people in Gaza, that they feel that they are being treated as lesser, and they're fighting for what they think is right, and they're fighting because they want to be their free people. They're fighting just like the Americans fought the British, and I see not patriotism, inspiration in that, and I think they are fighting for a good cause.
So my question
And
to
I
you is
think,
that how do
like,
you want to see peace in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? What would your ideal perfect ending be?
My ideal perfect ending would be, I would say, the bigger powers of the world would come and they again split the boundaries and the not boundaries, what is it, the fucking split the country. If Israel wants a completely Jewish state, borders, they want a completely Jewish state, then they can have their completely Jewish state
Israel
here,
doesn't want a completely
and then these
Jewish
people
state.
can have their fucking whatever the fuck they want here.
Again, Israel is not like. See, here's the thing that people get confused with
But
ethno-states.
if you think about where I'm going with this,
I see where you're
if
going with
they
it,
want,
but the
hold on,
issue
wait,
is-
let me keep talking.
Okay, yeah.
If they were to do something like that, right, Israel would thrive, and this the fucking Arab state of Palestine, they would maybe blow up for a little bit, but you know, like we said a lot earlier, they're pretty fucking dumb, and they would end up fucking themselves over one way or another, and they would have to fucking merge back anyway, and then they would have their fucking country back.
Well, the thing is that I think you're mixing up.
But
like,
even if they don't,
the
they should be
ethnos-
happy with
Oh, sorry.
what.
Sorry. Yeah. So the idea that I'm trying to say here is that with the ethno-state, right? I think you're like mixing up the idea of an ethno-state. An ethno-state doesn't mean that it's necessarily one ethnicity, right? So, if, like, for example, it's just predominantly one ethnicity, right? So even then, Israel is a Jewish state, but even inside the Jewish state, there's multiple different ethnicities of Jews. So, like, for example, you have the Mizrahi Jews, the Sephardic Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, the Ethiopian Jews. You know, so even then,
But
it's very.
they are all Jews.
They are all Jews, but they're all ethnically very different, and that's the thing that like Israel doesn't really technically like a Jew. It
But they
doesn't
all
really
believe
mean
the same religion and follow the same thing.
Yeah, it's not really an ethno-state because an ethno-state would mean that they're all the same ethnicity, but there's multiple ethnicities of Jews, but it's all the same tribe, right?
I never said the word state.
No, that's fine, but the way how you divvied up the borders with your ideal solution would make two ethno-states. Israel has every desire to keep their Arab Israelis. In fact,
Yes,
Arab Israelis,
somewhat
they
in
love
a
Arab
state, but not
Israelis.
really, or like a religious state.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of Israelis don't even want a religious state either. You know, it's very divided and very mixed. You know, a lot of Arabs who live in Israel love their country. In fact, they actually say they have more rights in Israel than they do in other Muslim countries. You know, so that's the thing, is that I don't think that making arbitrary
they do.
Palestinian state
And people are
is gonna
fighting
do
for their.
anything.
They're not just fighting.
I think there needs to be a one-state solution,
Yeah,
and it's going to be
and
Israel
these
from the river
people
to the
see
sea.
themselves not only fighting.
Sorry.
They're not only fighting for their homes. They're fighting for what they take as their holy land. Both sides are. So that's a very hard thing to crack when both sides they're both willing to die. Each and every one of them are willing to just completely die out to fight for this land because this is their holy land.
Well, yeah, I mean,
So there really isn't like the best solution. So there's going to be ravage war. I just think, like what I was saying before, Israel should find a way around than just straight drone striking or straight missile striking fucking cities. They're going to have to train their troops to be boots on the ground fighting in urban areas because
they do that.
like the amount of civilian casualties.
No, Israel does do that, but the issue is that the drones and all these other things prevents less Israeli soldiers dying, right? So, for example, I have to join the IDF within a year.
The military.
Right.
Yes.
Israel's number one job is not to protect Palestinian civilians first. It's not. Or even to kill Hamas terrorists first. Their number one priority is their own soldiers. Above all else, it's their own citizens and then their own soldiers. Then the civilians come second. Then the terrorist objective comes third. So, of course, Israel is going to do everything in its power to keep me alive, my family alive, right? Every soldier alive, and prevent as many losses as possible by doing these maneuvers. So it's very easy to say
like any military would do.
Exactly. It's very easy to say, well, Israel should find another way to do X, Y, Z, but in reality, there is no other way that they could do it without risking their own soldiers' lives.
There
at a
isn't,
higher rate.
because this is the first time this has ever happened.
Exactly.
This is the first time that a war like this has ever happened. So there's going to be the learning curve of strategics where there's going to be some casualties, but they're going to have to find a way to do it without as many casualties. I believe. Like, we already talked about the missiles and the hospitals and all that shit. We already talked about it. I'm saying, like,
How many casualties do you
that
think
they
there
are going to have to find a way around. Do I think? I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to Google it.
It's around 70,000 with 50,000 being terrorists, according to Hamas. Well, also according to Hamas. Well, Hamas doesn't make any sense. Hamas says that there's 50,000 Hamas. There's 50,000 widows, and that would imply that 50,000 Hamas soldiers
Hamas will
died.
say whatever the fuck gets the fucking the newspapers to report them
Exactly. So
to make Israel look bad.
Yeah.
You can't trust Hamas with their statistics.
You can't. I'd say roughly even Israel.
I'd get that point. But Israel will also do the same thing.
Actually, Israel didn't.
Israel will do the same thing where they'll
Actually,
report
you'd be surprised.
less
Israel
than because they
actually-
don't want to make them look as bad because they're
No.
being attacked.
Actually, it's the opposite. The IDF actually agreed with the number, not like how they divided up the number, but they agreed with the Gaza Health Ministry that 71,000 people did die. They don't agree that like all 70,000 are all freaking civilians like Hamas would want to claim, but you know, they do agree with the rough estimate of around 71,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which it's very surprising. Yeah, but you know, I think you're pretty well. I think you pretty have a somewhat good.
I don't know.
grasp of the
I think that I'm not like one of those fucking people that watch Fox News or CNN and they're like, let's fuck those guys. This is my side and I'm sticking with it. Like, I voted for Trump twice in a row.
I voted for
Like,
Trump once. Yeah.
I liked Trump. Now I don't like Trump.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, that's really interesting.
I'm more of like
I like Trump
my
better than I
views
did
and my opinionated.
Interesting. I'm the reverse. Actually, was way more critical of Trump in his first term, and I actually like him way better in his second term. But that's just interesting.
Yeah, like I liked a lot of his. I love a lot of the things that he did. I love that the tax on over the big American bill, whatever the fuck. I love that. That's awesome. What I don't love so much is a lot of the like the joining the war against Iran. I don't like that too much but it's like, what can you do?
I
There's,
actually agree with
it's a whole political fucking thing.
No, it's really not.
But I do like where he said, you know, we're not getting the oil from these people. Drill, baby, drill in the United States. Let's get this. I do agree with that. You know.
Yeah, but
There's a lot of things that you can agree or disagree with. Would I vote for Kamala? Looking back now, no.
Fair enough.
Still would have voted for Trump.
My thing is about Iran. I'd be very supportive of Trump with Iran. The reason why
It's
is
like an
because...
NBA player card.
Yeah, but no, the reason why I say this is that Iran has the ability to launch intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? So their main threat is their ballistic missile program. So basically, their ballistic missile program, they can
missiles.
They can shoot 4,000 kilometers, which means they could hit Rome. Which means, imagine if they have a proxy like Venezuela. Imagine if we didn't take Venezuela and Maduro out. Iran could have placed a bunch of ballistic missiles in Venezuela and could have easily hit U.S. soil. Right, that was a real possibility. In fact, the issue is that their ballistic missile program would have been a deterrent in basically preventing us from...
And that was a good move by Trump.
It was, because if we didn't do anything about their ballistic missile program would have been a deterrent to basically buy them time to make nuclear weapons. So, you know, it was definitely a very risky situation, and it had to be done whether we like it or not.
And yeah, that is a good point, and I do agree with a lot of that. But also, I want to say that doing all that, he also should have. Fuck! I lost my train of thought. Like, fuck! Goddamn! I forgot what I was gonna say.
Were you gonna say like?
No, but that was a good point. That was a good point. Well, yeah, briefing Congress, diplomacy to Iran.
Oh, he did. He exhausted every diplomatic option. He tried.
More of a not. Oh yeah, I know that. That is true. I had a decent point that I was gonna bring up, but
I didn't mean to cut you off and make you lose your train of thought.
slipped my mind. Oh, you're good. You're good.
No, bro.
Just fried my brain. My brain's fried.
That's all good, man.
The fuck was I gonna say?
That's you, bro. We gotta call it a night.
But yeah, anyway. Yeah, true. But yeah, I think you're a smart guy.
Bro,
I think you got a lot of good points, and you should keep sharing them.
Of course, bro. I think you're a really smart guy too. I think you should stream, bro.
Yeah, all my friends tell me that. Maybe I will one day.
Yeah, maybe. Well, anyway, bro. Have a good
Maybe
one.
maybe me and you will get together. We'll do a stream.
Shit, maybe, bro. Here,
Alright, man.
you have a Discord?
Add me on Discord.
Sherry 701.
That doesn't work. Put those numbers at the bottom. Or Ike. Hold on, let me put.
Is this you? Is it Cherry?
Oh, my picture is like a guy like this. Cherry 701. Send your friend request.
Okay. Gotcha, bro.
There we go.
That sounds like
Type shit. Alright, brother.
Have a
Take it
good
easy,
one,
man. Be safe.
You too.